check this, check mic this. Check this, check this, check this. Okay.
Check, check, hello, check, check, hi, check. Check, hello, check, 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 hi, check, hello, check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please take your seats. வெளில நிக்கிறவங்க நிறைய பேர் அப்படியே கொஞ்சம் உள்ள வந்து உட்காந்துக்கிட்டா நல்லா இருக்கும். I request everyone to please take your seats because minister is on the way. 5 minutesல நம்ம இந்த விழாவை தொடங்க போறோம். and அதே மாதிரி உங்க மொபைல் phones கொஞ்சம் எல்லாருமே சைலண்ட்ல வச்சிருந்தா நல்லா இருக்கும். I request you all to keep your mobile phones in silent. Thank you.
Şerifler hayrola, hayırlar fethola, şerden ola, niyazlar kabul ola. Allah erenler eril cihanda desteklerimiz ola. Aşkullah,
Recording in check, check, hello, check, 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 hello, check. I request ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats once again. And I request you all to please keep your mobile phones in the silent. Thank you. Check. Check. Connect with experts in the industry of information technology for all of us here. And we have our guest of honors for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, ஒரு பெரு கரகோஷத்துடன் நமது மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு தி மனோ தங்கராஜ் அவர்களை வரவேற்போம். ஒரு பலமான கைத்தட்டலோடு எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து. On behalf of the host for the day, I all the dignitaries witness this artificial intelligence and data science conclave 2021 with the leaders of Tamil Nadu government, information and technology industries, academia, and the aspirants of artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome once again to all of you. Thank you so much for your presence. I request you all to please stand up for Tamil. Thank you. I request our dignitaries to please take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are launching the first video of our essay video. I request you all to please look up on the screens. Thank you. I request our guest திரு டி மனோ தங்கராஜ் அவர்களை இந்த வீடியோவை லான்ச் பண்ணுமான்னு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். ஒரு பலமான கைத்தட்டல் கொடுக்கலாம் எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து ப்ளீஸ் ஆல் ஆஃப் அஸ்.
வந்துவிடும். பணம் செலுத்தியவுடன் ரசீதும் விண்ணப்பதாரர்களின் கைபேசிக்கு அனுப்ப மக்கள் பயன்பெறும் வகையில் இணைய வழி சேவை வழங்க தமிழ்நாடு அரசு 10,808 இ சேவை மையங்கள் மூலம் 133 சேவைகளை வழங்குகிறது. பல்வேறு சேவைகளை பெற இந்த மையங்களில் ஆண்டுதோறும் 75 லட்சம் விண்ணப்பங்கள் வருகின்றன. மக்களின் வசதிக்கும் பணமில்லா பரிவர்த்தனைகளை ஊக்குவிக்கவும் இணைய வழி சேவைகளை மேம்படுத்துவதற்கும் அரசு தற்பொழுது பயோமெட்ரிக் முறையை அறிமுகப்படுத்தியுள்ளது. தகவல்களை பதிவிட்ட பிறகு அவர்களின் ஆதார் எண்ணுடன் இணைந்த வங்கி கணக்கில் அனுப்பப்படும். இந்த வசதி நிர்வாகத்தில் வெளிப்படைத்தன்மை மற்றும் மக்களுக்கு ஒரு திறமையான சேவையை வழங்குவதற்கு மேலும் ஒரு முயற்சியாகும்.
Tamil Nadu e-governance agency is superheading the revolution of harnessing the power of information and communication technology.
has several notable projects to its credits, including eSevay, the video you all saw, I guess, that it provides over 130 online services to people through more than 10,800 centers spread across the state. For the convenience of people and encourage cashless transactions and Aadhaar-enabled payment services has been now introduced. People visiting e-service centers can now record their details on the biometric system, and the charges for the service would be from their Aadhaar-linked bank account to the e-service. Further, applicants will also receive an ITRS call on their mobile phones, and they can register the quality of service today. Thank you once again. I would like to introduce our first speaker today, Dr. Neeraj Mittal, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Government of India. The most eminent chief guest of the day, distinguishedly served as Managing Director and CEO, Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, and Senior Advisor to World Bank. He also has obtained his PhD in Ohio University, and one of his initiatives, Project Lakshya, was aimed to build a transparent portal that allowed real-time visibility of 3 million LPG deliveries per day to LPG consumers receive the National E-Governance Award. Dr. Neeraj Mittal is a passionate and experienced in bringing technology to bear on big social problems to improve lives of citizens by enhancing efficiency, equity, and access to government services. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome him to deliver his keynote speech on Vision for Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics in Tamil Nadu with a very big round of applause. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for IT, Thiru Manu Tangaraj, my colleague, Thiru Samayamurthy IAS, Secretary Agriculture, CEO TNeGA, Joint CEO, Balachandran from IIT Madras, my colleagues here, colleagues from the press. So David, our advisor in TNeGA, has also joined, so welcome and also. It's a pleasure to be here today. Artificial Intelligence Conclave that is being organized by TNeGA is really a very apt, focused intervention. One of the most important technologies. Our Honorable Chief Minister recently said in a Connect event that IT has become a horizontal. And artificial intelligence from several years ago, when it started with intelligent decision making, which was the original definition of artificial intelligence, to machine learning, which I'm speaking in front of a professor, so I'm a bit nervous. If I make a mistake, please excuse me. To capability to learn without the machine being programmed, to replicating human thinking through deep neural networks, which is now called deep learning. And you all know the example of Watson, which was very famous, the chess of IBM, who was able to defeat the human intelligence. So we have evidence that the intelligence, artificial intelligence, is either nearing or exceeding human intelligence very rapidly. Sundar Pichai recently said that it will be one of the inventions of mankind which might exceed the inventions of electricity and discovery of fire in terms of its impact on mankind. The AI really works on data, and that's why it has been said the data is the new oil. And you see all the companies that started giving you free products, even today, are harvesting your data because they want to know who you are, what you do, what you think, what will your next purchase be. And this all is driven by big artificial intelligence algorithms and the technologies of AI, ML, and deep learning. Natural language processing, which is essentially the capability to actually make inferences from voice, text, and other unstructured data, is becoming another important tool. I'm happy that the Center of Excellence at TNeGA, in collaboration with a lot of academic institutions like IIT Madras, Chennai Mathematical Institute, and other players, have actually made significant progress to apply these technologies for, social good. I recall my PhD thesis, which was essentially on estimating how IT actually enables or improves the productivity of capital and labor. In any industrial production system, you need capital, you need labor. The third input was the information technology, and how did it improve the capacity or the utilization of capital. So for example, just give an example. If you have a single aeroplane, it flies into the air. If you have a much more, scheduling algorithm, which reduces the downtime, then the plane becomes 1.1 times the plane, right? Similarly, when we, very simply speaking, we have access to, an Excel spreadsheet, we are able to use our time, the same time, without spending 10 hours on actually calculating. So we become 1.5 humans rather than 1 human. So how does the technology 0.5 and 0.1 add on? And that's where the artificial intelligence today will really add up to augmenting resources, which are so short today. And as I said, technologies such as GPT 3, 4, which are coming now, will possibly make poets obsolete. The importance of AI is evident because now you see its applications in cybersecurity to detect any unusual, CDAC is here, which is doing that, using the traffic patterns, unusual traffic patterns, to detect them early and, prevent intrusions. The Facebook, name change has created another buzz, in the metaverse, where users will be interacting with, everything around them in a virtual world. In Connect, we had a good, a stall where we could actually see the entire Bombay coastline in real 3D image. And that is what we are going to do. We are going to interact with our environment through, through artificial intelligence and make better decisions. Another thing which is going to really, change is how the artificial intelligence will bridge the gap from, deep sophisticated coding to go to a world of low code, no code. And that is going to, change again the world for us because of the next 10 years of skill shortage, which we are going to face. The role of AI is obviously known to all of you, in autonomous vehicle. I read yesterday when Tesla, there was a driver who's actually watching Netflix while he's going on in his automated car. And, the US regulators have taken note of that. So we are going to be so dependent on these technologies, but they're going to, make a lot of difference in our productivity. As I said earlier, the data is the foundation. And the IoT technology is going to, build on providing data. I read one statistics that 73% of the data which companies produce is not used today. And IoT is going to add to that. And we need to marry these two technologies as we go along. That is already happening. But this is another, trend which is going to define everything. In business, we are going to move from, automation to, business intelligence to decision intelligence. So how do we make, decisions which are going to be taken in the future known to us a priori in advance? Many challenges are going to come, we had a policy released, I think a year and a half ago on ethical AI. And it really is a hallmark of telling that what can go wrong if you give your decisions to a machine, because machine runs on data and on algorithms. If you give it bad data, it will give you bad decisions. So for example, in I think Airbnb, they were reported that their black hosts, which means the African who stay in the US, who own properties, and the whites who own properties, the rates the black owners were getting were lower. They changed their algorithm to balance this, but in doing so, the disparity increased to about 20%. So first is to detect that such a disparity existed, then to take action, and then to fail again, shows the problems of depending on these machines for making decisions for us. So we need to be very careful, especially in areas of where life and death is involved, health decisions. But on the positive side, we always see that there are so many positive applications in health, education, where I think our role is going to be very, very critical. And that's why I think this conclave highlights that government has to use this for public good, improve decision making, improve use cases. For example, they have come out with a use case for cataract, detecting cataract. Now that is going to be really critical to help prevent blindness before it happens, before they need they lose their eyesight. They are able to detect and take corrective action. Where agriculture secretary is here, we have worked with agriculture department to come up with detecting diseases in, I think, wheat. We are going to work with them together to go to multiple crops and multiple diseases. We have also come up with an application to a face recognition system for attendance, which is already in place in TNeGA. And these are just showing that we have the capability to do it. We are not yet there. We are not possibly the best in AI applications, but we are possibly one of the advanced states in Tamil Nadu where AI is being used for social good. In the recent conference, we had, health department use cases. We had Mr. Azad is going to come here. I think Gulzar is going to come here today from Google, who is going to, talk about AI and social good in terms of health. And all these applications, the use of AI will definitely help us in achieving the goal of $1 trillion economy, which the Honorable CM has set for us, by spurring growth across all sectors which are there in Tamil Nadu. So I think without further ado, I just wanted to share with you what fascinated me in AI. I'm not an expert. We have an expert here who can actually tell you what are the actual technical challenges. But it will be a collaboration with academics, with IT companies, with startups in this space, and we look forward from Government of Tamil Nadu to interact, collaborate with TNeGA to work in this space and solve the problems of mankind and humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again on behalf of TNeGA. Thank you for joining with us. Once again, a big round of applause for Dr. Neeraj Mittal. Thank you. I would now welcome our chief guest, Thiru T. Mano Thangaraj, Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Government of Tamil Nadu, hails from Karangal in Kanyakumari district, which is a vibrant mix of cultures where lush green paddy fields merge with the blue waters of the ocean. A born leader and activist, Thiru Mano Thangaraj graduated from Marthandam Christian College, where he demonstrated his leadership qualities as chairman of the College Student Union Society. After his tenure as chairman of District Panchayat Kanyakumari for 5 years, the minister was elected in 2016 as MLA from Padmanabhapuram Assembly constituency. His work in rescue and rehabilitation of the poor, needy and affected during the Oki cyclone is remarkable. And also he was elected as MLA from Padmanabhapuram in 2021 and was bestowed with the responsibility of chairing the Department of Information Technology. Since assuming office as minister, the minister has been interacting with officials in his department, meeting leaders from IT and ITS sector, experts from diverse fields,
and also visiting IT facilities all over Tamil Nadu with a clear vision and single-minded devotion of making Tamil Nadu as the hub of IT and IT sector in India. Always motivating and nurturing young minds, Thiru Mano Thangaraj, who holds an MPhil in English literature, is more than a politician, isn't it? He is a political activist and also is a voracious leader and a popular orator. Thiru Mano Thangaraj has rare talent of making people listen to him in rapt attention when he speaks. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Thiru Mano Thangaraj to please give us the inaugural address. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. Respected Mr. Davidar, dear Mr. Neeraj Mittal, Principal Secretary of our department, Mr. Vijayendra Pandian, CEO of TNeGA, Dr. Balaraman Ravindran, Professor, IIT Madras, and Mr. Satyamurthy, his Commissioner and Secretary of Agriculture Department, and Balachandran, Joint CEO of TNeGA, dear distinguished guests, participants, press people, and my dear friends. I'm really very happy to be here with all of you in this wonderful Tamil Nadu AI Data Science Conclave. And it is an initiative to connect with the leaders in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science. The IT industry has proved that the global economy is directly contributed to the digital economy. The dependency of data, AI, and digital transformations in governance has utmost importance in enhancing the life of every citizen. The theme of Nunnarangu is role of AI and data science in the future growth of Tamil Nadu. To meet the government, academia, research institutions, industry leaders, aspirants to work on potential innovations. The notable milestone of TN Information Technology Department has established a center of excellence in emerging technologies exclusively for building artificial intelligence and machine learning solutions to fulfill the requirements and objectives of various government departments. Hence, TNGA focuses on capacity building, providing solutions and services that is built using emerging technologies to various departments. In addition to this, TNeGA has implemented G2C services, focusing rural and urban areas. Tamil Nadu Geographical Information System, State Family Database, Blockchain Backbone, Nambika Inayam, E-Parvai, an AI-based contract detection and screening system is one of the most successful and cost-efficient products developed by TNeGA, which is recognized nationally. Currently, face recognition attendance system is building an Android platform for scaling the solution for the entire state. Ulavar Predictor, an AI-based nutrition and soil health recommendation system for agriculture department. AI-based mobile application for integrated child development services. Artificial intelligence will make healthcare systems reach doorsteps easily and can be utilized as an allied services with the Veedu Thedi Maruthuva Thittam. And you are all aware, I hope, that after our Honorable CM has taken the position of the Chief Minister, he has set a goal to achieve certain things through each department and bring the state to the forefront. And as far as IT department is concerned, we have been advised by the CM to provide a smart governance or good governance. And as you all know that these two words are quite commonly used in the political arena nowadays by everyone. But how we are going to make this happen? That is a very important question before us. And we have to make it possible. Through TNeGA, we are trying to digitalize the entire administrative setup. And the CM is talking about a data-driven governance, data-driven decision-making, so as to bring transparency, so as to bring that all the people who are eligible should be get access to the government schemes, and there should not be any duplication or multiplication of things that is happening. And we have really achieved a lot in this thing. And digitalization of the administrative setup. And I hope you are all aware that how the assembly secretariat was digitalized. And for a long period, we were talking about paperless assembly. And this year it happened because of the initiatives taken by LCOT and TNeGA with the support of the assembly secretariat. And it's a very wonderful initiative, getting appreciation from all walks of life. Say, for example, from the practical point of view, I can tell you one thing. Last 5 years also, I was an MLA. You know, we used to carry heaps and heaps of books. Even when the assembly session concludes, we may get books to the volume of nearly for a temple order. Do you think that you will get time to go through all those things? And is it required to go through all those things? No. But now, this time, you know, in I can see. Similarly, the bills that are being introduced, the act that are being passed, the one-time announcements made by the CM, everything is there. So it's a wonderful thing that system. These are all certain initiatives that we can say it's a very good initiatives that the department is taking. And you may be aware that Mr. Davidar sir we decided to have a team to properly guide us. And the first of his initiative was accommodating Mr. Davidar as an advisor for TNeGA. And similarly, we have a I mean, the IT sector, right from a person who is technically qualified with an IT profession to the top layer of a multinational company. So we decided that we will have a portal like, and IT Nanban, a portal has been released by the Honorable CM, where anyone who is doing some kind of activity in the IT field can get their names or forms registered in the portal, so that we will have a regular interaction with the people who have got registered into it. You can send your suggestions, opinions, whatever it is. And it is going to be a milestone so that presently we don't have a proper data. I can very well tell that there is no proper data with us with regard to the sector. But now, through this IT Nanban, we'll be able to have a strong database of the sector, and that will be also a milestone achievement. Once we get the data, it will be easy for us to plan, make things in a better way. And whenever there is a policy in place by the government, it will be published in the portal. Through that, we will be communicated with that. And not only the policies, the government or GOs, or the kind of ease of doing business and so many other kind of things that that will be in place. Now we are thinking of having an IT expansion cell kind of thing with the TNeGA and LCOT, so that we'll be able to help the people who are ready to come up with their innovations there, or if they want to establish a startup company or a incubator or an accelerator or big company, whatever it is, we will be at your side to help you anytime. That is one of the things that we are thinking. And with regard to conclaves like this, you may be aware that we conducted a program along with the CAI and as connected. It was a tremendous thing, and it has got wide appreciation from all walks of life, people from and I hope this kind of programs in this AI conclave also will be getting a lot of inputs and ideas, and certainly the IT department is ready to help you in each and every effort that you are putting. And really, we know that the startups as well as people with some innovations, they all feel that they need to get more support from the government. And I assure you that the government is open to you all. And the approach of the government will be so friendly towards all of you that we need to work in close coordination. Then only we will be able to achieve what our CM has visualized. That is a $1 trillion economy by 2030. It's not an easy thing. It needs a joint effort. The industry, the people who are working with this IT sector, and of course the government department. We all will put our efforts together and we will be with you. I hope this conclave will give new insights into artificial intelligence. And we need to, as our Neeraj Mittal has rightly pointed out, we need to have a strong connection or integration between departments. And the CM has advised us to work horizontally with all other departments to get a proper connection. One side there is problem, other side there is technology, but there is no connection in between. So IT department is now planning to have meetings with other departments so that we can identify the problems that they are facing and we can give the solutions through technology. That's the one thing we are planning. So with this, I'm glad to announce that this conclave will focus on two major areas, namely AI for social good and AI in e-governance. Unifying the technologies opportunities persisting in the recent times of technological advancements, we believe that people's life can be simplified to a greater extent and break barriers. We at TN Focus, Tamil Nadu, focus on building citizen-centric AI-based products to serve citizens with fairness, inclusivity, and equality. Thank you, Nadu. Thank you.
On behalf of TNeGA, we thank you, sir, for joining with us. You've been very inspiring, and for all of us, even for the young minds as well. Thank you once again. So next, I would like to welcome our third speaker for the day, Thiru K. Vijayendra Pandian, IAS Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency and Director of E-Governance. K. Vijayendra Pandian is a batch of 2008 prestigious Indian Administrative Service, hailing from Shivagangai, and also a graduate of law, Dr. Ambedkar Law College, Chennai. And over the years, he has held several responsible and clerical posts in various departments. Prior to assuming charges as Chief Executive Officer of TNeGA, Thiru Vijayendra Pandian was also a district magistrate from Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. As a CEO of TNeGA, he's been working with a single-minded devotion of translating Government of Tamil Nadu's vision of providing quick, efficient, and quality online services to the doorsteps, an artificial intelligence and Mindtree faculty fellow at IIT Madras. His current interests span on the broader area of machine learning, ranging from spatiotemporal abstractions and reinforcement learning to social network analysis, data, text, and mining. Much of the work in his research fraternity is directed toward understanding and interacting and learning from the data. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Thiru Vijayendra Pandian to on the stage and give us the speech for us. Please, a very big hand. Thank you.
Chief Honorable IT Minister, who is the chief guest for our AI conclave, who is a visionary and who set our target where to move. Thank you, sir, for sharing dais with us and will be with us. Honorable IT Secretary, who is like a light, lead us, direct us, and guide us. Thank you, sir, for sparing your precious time. Our advisor, Oracle, who is guiding TNeGA in each and every step, Mr. David R. Sir. TNeGA welcomes you for this conclave. Samyamurthy sir, who is an active stakeholder and a collaborator of advanced technology and bridging a gap between traditional technology, traditional economy, and the modern economy. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of TNeGA. Our knowledge partner, IIT Chennai, which was represented by Balraman sir, professor. I welcome you on this stage, sir. And joint CEO TNeGA Balachandar, welcome you. And our future council members here, our academic associates from IIT, IIM, I welcome you all. TNeGA staffs, members, part of C team, secretary, staffs and workers, and media friends, and all startup fraternity, and all young, curious AI initiators. It's indeed great pleasure for TNeGA to accommodate you. Since this year 2020 is coming to an end within our 15 days. And our minister's vision is that we have to reach out to each and every department as the target fixed by our Honorable Chief Minister sir, that IT have to work in horizontal way and you have to be an active catalyst, reach out to the department rather than waiting as a passive participant. In the direction of our Honorable Secretary sir and IT Minister sir, we are reaching out to each and every stakeholders, starting from 30 all departments, future council members, startups, industrialists, research personnel, everybody. And since we had started a new era, new mile of AI and data analytics, I'm happy to share that for the past 3 or 4 months, TNeGA is engaging actively. Yes. Like Secretary sir had narrated some incident, what we are doing and where we are heading to. Our in-house team had equipped themselves well with the state-of-art technology. We in-house developed a lot of technology in AI and data analytics. To an instance, that Secretary sir also narrated, we had developed an eParvai, which is a cataract identifying an AI-based app, which was recognized by NASCOM also. NASDA also, we got an award for that. The same thing, we developed a facial recognition technology-based attendance system, which 15 odd departments have recognized and they are asking for the device, and we have already placed in these departments. And we have moved into an Android-based application platform so that can be cost effective and it can be used by over multiple members of the government department. And with the department like agriculture and health, we are actively engaged with them. In the health department, we are an active member of a 30-member consortium, along with Google and active members. And we already did like cataract. We are doing some more POCs in identifying tuberculosis and caries, and also identifying malnutrition in the children under 6 age old. The department of Anganwadi, ICWS department is actively engaged with us. And today's session, you can also have a flavor of what we are doing and how we are coming up with the strategy of identifying the malnourished children at the early age and catch them young and treat them young. And again, there is a lot of data analytics we are taking as a POC with the health department to prevent accidents, trauma care, and any kind of data analytics so that we can save life on time, and any kind of technology which can enhance the quality of human life. We're actively pursuing the health department. And with the agriculture department, rightly Secretary Sir narrated some incident that we had identified some set of diseases and pests in a common plantation and as well as the cropping pattern. Right now we are marching into some emerging area from the agriculture technology, like soil nutrition identification through AI-based, sensor-based technology, which if I have to miss IoT and then drone technology and sensor-based, then AI-based. It's a mixing of these emerging technologies to arrive at a conclusion that what kind of a fertilizer the farmer have to use at a given point of time, because the soil nutrition varies seasonally, and we have to advise the farmers on time how they have to go about it. The same thing, right now we are engaged with the agriculture department actively to identifying some pests and diseases. Almost Samyamurthy sir also suggested to reach out to horticulture department, like coconut farming and some kind of plantation farming also. Yeah, we are happy to take that also in the purview of our POC and taking it ahead. And security point of view also, we are working some kind of technology which can help the government. Like we are deploying some technology in Palani temple and secretariat and some other places to advise the government on time how to manage the security breach. These are some kind of POCs we are actively engaged with these departments, and some other departments also coming up with some kind of business intelligence kind of solution requirement. For example, Tanjutco, we are working with them to arrive at a strategy where they can place their bucket of prices so that it can reduce the number of the subsidiary or the substitute product which can be given in a mix, so that the solar, so that the mix of energy can be placed in such a way so that the economy of the electricity department can work out in a profitable way. These kind of solution also we are coming up with. You might aware about, we are almost working with each and every department in kind of advising them on how to maintain the data. Right now we are coming up with the data policy also. Soon we will have the data policy in place in Tamil Nadu. And rightly said that Secretary Sir already said that we are much more keen to be a protector as well as a guardian of artificial intelligence technology as well as data, which is much more sensitive in nature. So that we are coming up with a ethical policy, so that Secretary Sir had narrated some incident where AI can be misused. Yes, rightly. In the cyber attack scenario, you know that the millions of cases are reporting every day in Tamil Nadu, in fintech and some other sector, where we have to play an active role. And the AI and the emerging technologies definitely is going to be the key player in protecting our ecosystem and sensitivity of this data, which we are handling right now. And I'm welcoming all the players, and it's a cross learning experience going to be for you. And I request you to be open whenever you wanted to have any idea to be shared or any questions to be posted. We are welcome. This is the first kind of platform we are offering to you. And yeah, I assure that every month we are going to conduct minimum 2 events through TNeGA, and we are going to engage with you actively, and hope that all the energy put together, we can work towards a $1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu. And soon we are going to achieve it before 2030. What is the target which was fixed by the Honorable Chief Minister, sir? With the positive note, I am concluding my speech. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, Vijayendran, for joining us, and please a big round of applause for him. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Nunnarangu vision video going to display to us, and also we are working on a project, a social impact problems, which is affecting rural areas. So, detailedly will be explained in the video. I request you all to please look for the video. Thank you.
Tamil Nadu has been a pioneer state in India for adopting new and emerging technologies to implement IT solutions for improving the quality of life of people. Tamil Nadu e-governance agency has been spearheading this transformation to provide online and hassle-free services. Under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, the state is working towards the mission, becoming a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Under the able guidance of Honorable Minister for Information Technology, TNeGA has been contributing to this mission significantly to create awareness about the use of sophisticated technologies in providing e-governance services to people, encourage young minds to come up with innovative solutions for problems using AI and data analytics. Tamil Nadu e-governance agency is organizing Nunnarangu 21, a day-long conclave. The theme of the conclave is Role of AI and Data Science in the Future Growth of Tamil Nadu. On behalf of the Department of Information Technology, Government of Tamil Nadu, we welcome everyone to this unique conclave that attempts to break new ground in the area of technology and arrive at solutions for common good. TNeGA, which has successfully developed impactful applications like face recognition attendance system, pest disease detection, and e-Parve, is currently working with integrated child development services to build a child growth monitoring application. This application will help track a child's growth from birth and help detect abnormalities due to malnutrition or other factors. TNeGA is working with Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Department on Kuravan Predictor, an AI-based nutrition and soil health recommendation system which takes parameters like amount of NPK from the soil as input and recommend what kind of crops will provide more yield to the farmer. TNeGA is building all these applications at low cost and delivered via mobile apps at scale to the citizens.
Thank you for the video. And now I request Thiru K. Vijayendra Pandian to please hand over present book to the distinguished guest, Honorable Minister of IT, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru T. Manu Thangaraj. And also to Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Principal Secretary, Department of IT. And to PWC Davida, retired IAS advisor of TNeGA. It's a Samyamurthy, IAS Agri Production Commissioner, Secretary to Agri Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. And to Dr. Balraman Ravichandran, Professor of IIT Madras. Thank you, Jen, thank you, dignitaries. Please take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please of the tea break, networking, and I request you all to please wear your mask without fail. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our session to be continued by 11:30. I request you all to please come back by 11:30. Thank you.
outside. I hope you can hear me. I request you all to please come inside and settle down. We're going to start another 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now introduce our fourth speaker for the day, Dr. Balaraman Ravindran. He is one of the most eminent professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering of Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and who has 17 plus years of experience in IIT Madras as well. And he is currently a head of Robert Bosch Center for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence and Mindtree Faculty Fellow at IIT Madras. I now welcome Dr. Ravi to present his view on artificial intelligence for social impact. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Ravi on the stage, please.
Okay. So morning, everyone. And so I'm going to talk about AI for social impact, right? And so actually, before I launch into my prepared talk, right, the events of the morning and whatever I have been hearing, I really want to respond to that, right? So it's been an amazing feeling for me sitting here, listening to how active the government is, not just being reactive, and about adopting some of these latest technologies, right? So I mean, it's always tiring for me whenever I go to anything in Delhi. People always quoting Telangana or Karnataka as examples of how people have adopted AI. Sir, we should get there, sir. We should be the first example. Is that better? Oh, yeah. Okay, good. So as Dr. Mittal said in the beginning, I am a professor, first and foremost, right? So that will be a little bit of lecturing in the slides. So don't worry, there are no exams after that. So, sorry? No. But I have to also give you this caveat, right? There will be no exams at the end of the talk. So relax, and so let's see how it goes, right? So even if you don't listen to my rest of my talk, I have given you the takeaway on the title slide itself, right? So when you want to do AI for social impact, it is more important that you understand the domain. It's more important you understand the stakeholders. More important you understand the beneficiaries of what you are doing, rather than worrying about very complex or deep AI technology. Right? So what I'm going to show you are some examples where we have not used state-of-the-art AI. Right? We have used actually AI techniques that existed decades back, but still we solve some very, very interesting problems that were not solved, right, till today. So the point here is you should connect with your ecosystem, and you should not be working. I mean, this is a message that I should give for more academicians. You should not be working in your own isolation in your silo, right? But really look at what is the problem that you're solving and what is needed for solving the problem, not necessarily, trying to market things by, adding very complex AI tags to it. So that's a take-home message, right? And so I'm going to talk about some of the work that we are doing. So my colleague, Professor Nandan, will be talking in the afternoon, and we've split the duties, right? I'm going to talk about the social impact side. He will talk more about the work that we are doing with the government, right? So the e-governance side of things. Okay. Okay. So first thing, AI is everywhere. So I can't use the pointer on the screen, but I hope you can all see. So the bottom left, whenever you go out online and do some purchasing, a lot of AI is happening in the background, right? So people in metro cities, we are using AI like every day, right? Whether we realize it or not, right? So whether you use the Google map to come here, right? Or you buy something on Amazon or Flipkart, or you talk to your machines at home, or whenever. I think about half the audience is currently using an AI, right? Like fiddling around with your smartphone. So you are using AI when you're doing that. There is emails or search engines, or even more things like, radiology, right? It's something that people say is very ripe for, intrusion of AI in it. And there are many, many instances like in understanding mammogram images or looking at chest x-rays where AIs are supposedly doing better than humans, right? And not just in these kinds of areas, but also in things like, more soft decisions. This is where AI is running into trouble, where they are running headlong into humans, right? So you have courts that are using AI for making bail decisions, right? Now that is old news, because that AI was making so many mistakes, right? And was shown to be really, really biased in its decision making that they had to actually take out the AI from this whole workflow, right? So now they don't use the AI anymore for making decisions. It's gone back to the old-fashioned way where humans are making decisions, right? And same thing with lending and loan decisions and things like that, right? Again, it becomes more and more critical, right? That we have to worry about a lot of other soft issues, right? It's just not about technology anymore, right? And so we had to worry about ethical use of AI and responsible use of AI and so on and so forth. And so AI has matured to a point where we start thinking about other issues, right? So where people from policymakers, lawmakers, all of them have to be aware of what AI is doing now. That's the point we have reached with AI. Right? In fact, I should also point out. So I was actually, consulting with the Niti Aayog on putting together a document on responsible AI policy for the country, right? And in the appendices of that document, there is only one other responsible AI policy that is cited. Any guesses? The Tamil Nadu government. So we were the first to get there. So. But still, a lot of work needs to be done, right? So my only grouse with that document was it was done mostly by the government. It was not done in consultation with other stakeholders. So we need to maybe revisit it and revise it and things like that. But then we are in that track to making sure that AI actually can be used for solving real problems, right? So now comes the the professor hat, right? So AI is not new. So this is Alan Turing, who originally asked this question, right? I proposed to consider the question, can machines think? And then he came up with a very famous answer. And the answer is so famous that they used it as the title of his biographical movie, right? The Imitation Game. So he basically said, can AI imitate a human, right? So that's a way to say that a machine think is if I can't tell a machine apart from a human, just by the responses, right? So that basically is the question asked back in 1950. So AI is not new, right? And so it started off with this, right? Replicating human behavior was considered a hallmark of intelligence, right? So that's where it started, and that's not where it stayed, right? AI has moved far away from that, right? So we are not interested in replicating human intelligence or human thought processes as a primary goal of AI anymore. AI is now becoming more and more of a problem-solving tool, right? But that's where we started, right? But then AI hype is also not new. So some of you might, if you've heard me talk before, you might have seen this, right? You can read the quote on the screen. The Navy revealed the embryo of an electronic computer today that it expects will be able to walk, talk, see, write, reproduce itself, and be conscious of its existence. Amazing, right? So when was this statement made? Any guesses? That's an article from 1958. Okay, so AI hype is not new. So this has been hyped forever, right? So from the 50s, we have had this AI hype, right? AI success is also not new. So that's Arthur Samuels playing checkers with the computer. This is a live demonstration on TV, right? And this happened back in 56. Right? So you can imagine why people were hyped up in 58, right? So they think, oh, wow, you can play checkers. The computer can play checkers with a human being. Then it just solve the rest of the world's problems soon enough. Then I don't know. For me, my first interest in AI came when AI engine started playing very well in chess, and then we had this Deep Blue that beat the Gary Kasparov. Right. So at that time, I used to think, I don't know how many of you are from my vintage remember this. So Vishwanathan Anand used to keep losing to Gary Kasparov. He'll beat everyone else in the world, and he'll keep losing to Gary Kasparov. And it so happened that Anand beat the computer, and then the computer beat Kasparov. And I was thinking, okay, this is the only way Anand is going to get the better of Kasparov. But it was, so it kind of captures your imagination about what can AI do and things like that. So it started there. And then, of course, Watson was mentioned in Dr. Mittal's talk as well. So it was an amazing piece of engineering, right? So they actually won a general quiz competition. So AI is like amazing, right? So, right? And then, of course, you can do object recognition. You can look at a picture and tell what is there better than humans, right? The AI has actually achieved superhuman performance there, superhuman performance in speech recognition, right? So all your Alexa, Google, wow, thank you. The Google Home and other things, right? They're doing very good at voice recognition, right? They're doing better than humans, right? Of course, there was this news item sometime back where an AI beat the world champion in Go, right? Or you could think of video games, very complex strategy games, right? And so DeepMind StarCraft 2 is better than 99.8% of all human players, right? So great, right? And even not just games. Look at that. So you can see the top right. right? So the computer was given that outline and it produced that kind of a impressionist painting, right? It's just done by an AI. Now it's come to a point where they're actually holding annual AI art competitions. So artificial intelligence generate art, and they are now selling for big money. So it's actually becoming a huge, business and things like that. So it's doing amazing stuff. And then, of course, more usefully, right? So AI also solved a very complex problem called protein folding, right? And now to come to a point where now we are able to publish, databases of protein structures, which are more reliable than it has ever been in the history of people studying protein folding, and opening up new avenues for research. Right? Looking at all of this, right? So I'm not here interested in solving, all this artistic problem, right? We don't want to solve game playing, right? We don't have to compete with Google and Microsoft, right? So what we are really doing, we want to look at is solving simple, not simple, we solve everyday problems, but we can do this using simple machine learning, right? So you don't really need deep AI expertise. That's the point I'm driving. So what we are really should for fetal age estimation. So that's basically to figure out whether the baby will be born prematurely or not, right? And it's actually a very important problem. Right? We have about 3.6 million babies that are born annually in a premature fashion. In India, it's a huge problem, right? Nearly 1/4 of the global preterm deaths happen in India. That's because we don't have a good model that can predict early enough, right, if the baby is going to be premature or not. Because all the models that are there, right, all the equations that people use for making these predictions were built with European or American, basically mostly Caucasian, and maybe you have a few African Americans thrown in there, but certainly not looking at an Indian population, right? So we actually worked on this, right? And so we worked with a larger team, and then we got data from Haryana, right? And we built this model, right, which was able to do, so these are just giving you all kinds of things, right? So this is something that we had to do with people who are in the field, right? So they told us what are all the important, data that we should gather, right? It's not that I just sit there, put on my hat, and then take a table and say, okay, I'm going to run an algorithm on this table and I'll get results, right? You work with the people in the ground. In fact, I'll show you on the last slide how many collaborators were involved. Right? So we work with people in the ground, understand what are the important data, what is easy for them to measure, what is not easy for them to measure, all of these, right? We had to do a lot of hard work on the ground before we get the data, right? And then it turns out that, I'll skip some of these. It turns out that we could come up with a I can see the green highlighted line, right? That is the final model that we came up with. You don't need a deep neural network for that. Right? So we just did regression, very simple regression. If people here who are technically inclined, right? And it turns out that it beats all the best models that are there in the world. Right? So that's the message that I want to convey, right? So this is a real problem. We are solving it. We are getting better results than whatever is the best out there in the world, whatever people are using in the field right now. And we are able to do this with simple things like linear regression. We really didn't have to, because we understood the problem. We understood how to select the cohort on which we are doing this AI building, right? So, and then we came up with this. I have a few more slides that tell you, but the thing is, so the red arrow is indicating how much error our system is making, right? So it's actually at the bottom. So ours is the best model in terms of making predictions. So I apologize for all these charts and technical thing, but I always say prof. So I'll take hide behind that. Right? So again, this was a joint effort with the THSTA, right? And of course our own initiative for biological systems engineering, and it was funded by a variety of government departments and also Bill Gates, the Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation. Right? So it's a fairly large project. You can see that number of people that were involved, people who are actually biologists, people, doctors, right, and also healthcare, other healthcare professionals. All these people are involved in building this simple equation. At the end of the day, it's a quadratic equation. All of us would have looked at this quadratic equation in school, right? But to get there and to say that the quadratic equation is what is useful, we need so much work. Right? And here's another project that we did along with Google and this NGO called Arman, where the goal here is to make sure that pregnant women get the information that is required so that they can take care of their own health. Right? So Mitra is a program that was launched with support from the central government on making phone calls at appropriate times and telling the women, okay, you should go get this test now. You should have seen all these things happen. Basically, give them all the information that is required. Right? Quite often, if you know how things work in our villages, right? So women are mostly driven by superstition. Right? So and so to kind of get this information to them, the target area is not urban, right? So this is mostly semi-urban and rural women were the target for this. And but the main challenge was that a lot of them actually quit the program. Right? So you start calling, maybe like they take some 10 calls, 15 calls, 20 calls, and after that they stop answering the phone. Now the question is, can you do some kind of an intervention, right? That kind of brings them back on board. But then after they stop taking the calls, there's no way I can reach out to them, right? It becomes harder. So if I can proactively predict, oh, okay, this looks like this lady is going to stop attending calls. You should do something about it now, right? So can we do that? So that's basically what we started looking at, right? And so I'll right? And then when you start extending this to 2 months, you can see that the difference between the methods vanished. Right? We could have as well used the simple, decision tree based approach as opposed to using all the complex deep learning based technology. And then we went ahead and created this kind of a dashboard for the Arman people so that they can follow up on looking at women. So now the study is going on as to how effective is this in kind of reducing the dropout from the program. Now, actually, it's gone to the field, right? So now there's a field testing that's going on with Google. Right? It's part of Google's AI for Social Good initiative. Again, a whole bunch of people involved, all the people at the top. This problem and built these simple models that we could then deploy onto the real world, right? So this team is a little old. Now the team has gone actually bigger. The current team, I can't even put it on one slide. So that's how many people are now involved in getting this to work. Right? And here's another, I apologize for the crowded slide, but the point I want to talk about here is there was this Iron Hacks challenge that was run in collaboration with the government of Indiana. Right? So they wanted a model to predict the footfall, right? How much traffic would come in public spaces during the peak of the first wave of COVID, right? They wanted to build a model that allow people, to plan, So the city governments, right? The town governments, they can plan when they should, close down certain public spaces, when they should open it. And they released a lot of data that they had measured over a few years. And then they asked people to build a model. This was an international challenge and it was won by a student from IIT Madras. And what he did was, again, very, very simple model. So that's Sandhamar was the guy who won this. And so he compared against all this fancy deep AI models that were all deployed, right? And then people, and then when he compared against this was way, way better. His very simple model was way better than all the deep learning models that had entered the competition, right? So in fact, he was featured in some newspaper articles that came out. So we don't know about what happened here, right? So so these kinds of challenges and outreach from places will certainly help us work better. And here's an interesting project that I was partially part of. So I have to say that right now it's a product from Dwara eDiary. So it all thing. So how they identify cattle. So they put this right? So it turns out the muzzle, the patterns on the muzzle is as unique as the fingerprint. Right. So we worked with the people in Dwara eDiary, and so we did the initial proof of concept implementation for them. But this needed a deep learning solution. This is something which we couldn't solve using standard. I mean, we did try, but we couldn't solve using some standard, algorithms. We needed something that came recently, right? So, and now we have very good, results. So much so that they are happy to commercially launch this product, right? So again, very down to earth solution, right? This is not something you would expect the Western countries to solve for us, right? So this is something that we have to look at and we have to solve. So here is a case. I don't want to leave you with the message that all deep learning is hype. So deep learning does solve useful problems for us, right? So that's the final use case I wanted to give. Summing up, again, this is my final thoughts. We are closer than ever to really functional AI, right? But the caveat is we thought we were there several decades ago. So we think again, we are there. So we have to be very careful. We shouldn't let the hype overwhelm us. We have to be very careful in how we actually end up adopting AI solutions now, right? But then we are really close to functional AI. There are a lot of interesting problems we are solving, right? Importantly, AI is affecting many aspects of everyday life. I sometimes jokingly say that, this is true because lawyers and lawmakers are now talking about AI. So that's starting to impact everyday life, but also it can have significant social impact, not just everyday life. So you have to think about that, right? And I want to leave people with this caveat. So the biggest danger from AI is humans rushing to market before the technology is ready. Right? AI by itself is not dangerous. Right? Regardless of what you hear in the popular press, AI by itself is not dangerous. Its danger comes from the humans who are trying to deploy technology that's not ready. So discussions are really needed on regulation of AI, right? Talking about things like liability and so on and so forth, right? And I'm happy that we, as a Tamil Nadu government and the state here, started taking the lead on this. And I would like to see us become the overall AI leaders of the country. Thank you. No questions. Okay, I'm happy to do Q&A if people have any. Oh, sure. Okay, go on.
As AI is coming in, people are forgetting that they could solve problems using simpler solutions. And for every problem, we would rush to AI without finding a quadratic fit or an exponential fit.
The solution is to call the quadratic fit also AI.
Yeah, that's there. But so there I had a question. Could you have, so I was not, fully understood what happened behind it, but could you have done that in 1950s? So was there any role of, processing massive data, which they could not have in the 1950s to arrive at a quadratic situation?
So, yes. So the data gathering pipeline has evolved significantly. So for us, especially in India, to have gathered that much data, like from 7,000 women, and making sure that the data is of high quality, getting good quality scans where I can actually do the rump to crown length, right? So that's basically the only measurement that is valid, right? So you take the rump to crown length of the fetus and use that for making the prediction. To get that accurate estimation, right, wouldn't have been possible in the 60s, right? So now we have a lot better equipment, lot better scanning equipment, and more prevalence of these scan equipments everywhere. So we are able to get good data, right? So that is why revisiting these old solutions makes sense, because the data quality has improved so much. So what couldn't have been done earlier can now be done, right? With the same kind of tool. We shouldn't just jump into because as soon as you say you're having some measurements from scans, right? People will say, oh, just use a deep learning. So the CNNs would solve this for you. You just give a scan to the CNN, but it doesn't make sense. Quite often we don't, even though we have a lot of data, 7,000 women is a lot, but that's not enough to train a deep learning system.
Very good morning, Professor. I'm Swaminathan. I'm the CEO of SmartTeam. We work on EdTech. We're developing a solution which is going to grade the answer papers, the descriptive answer papers of students. of I mean, what the teachers will actually give. So now the question I have to you probably is that two aspects. One is that how democratization of these so-called AI technologies has helped us to take the first step. So from the TensorFlows to the PyTorches to the all these algorithms which are now ready-made packages which is available, where we didn't have to go through the whole 9 yards of writing 1,000 lines of code and then it's like just one line as you showed. That's one on. Can you just throw some light on that? The second one is, what is the government? What should the government do in terms of giving this data to entrepreneurs like us? Because without the data, as you told, the data is the biggest. What do I say? Either it is the biggest boon or is the biggest curse. You have to have the right data, and you have to have the unbiased data as well. So how do we handle these situations? And what is your advice to us, and what is your advice to the government to provide data like this? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So there are two parts to the question. So let me take the first part, right? So how much has democratization of tools helped us? So it's amazing, right? So the amount of code that you have to write. I mean, you talked about TensorFlow, but then there are even lower end things like so AWS, for example, or Azure has their own drag and drop kind of visual programming tools now for building solutions. And what this has allowed people to do is actually to put together solutions very quickly, right, without truly understanding the implications of it. So for me, it's great because it gives you a very low entry bar to getting into actually building AI products, right? So that is a very good part of it. But what I'm a little bit more concerned is that many AI quote unquote training programs or reskilling programs end up being programs that allow you to use these tools, right? Not necessarily tell you how to interpret the outputs of the tools. So we are not yet to a point where somebody who is a domain expert, right? Like I'm certainly not some agricultural technologists can't sit with these tools and build their own application they want. They would be able to make sense out of the output, right? But not the data scientist who has learned how to drag and drop these boxes and like learning visual programming, right? So they will still need this, the ecosystem for them to actually make good use of this. So that, awareness should be there more in the community is what I feel. So that's the first part. It's a great thing to happen. It's reduce the entry bar, but as with all good things, it comes with its caveat. The second part, what should the government do? Well, see, the government has certain kinds of data, right? And some of it is publicly releasable, right? And they have done it. So in fact, more so than other governments, right? So there are a few Western governments which have very good open data policies, but the Indian government is getting there. And I think the challenge is to get this data in a usable format, right? And there are certain initiatives going on for that as well. But at least if you go to data.gov.in, you'll get a lot of dumps of PDFs of various kinds of data, and all the population data is already published. So Jibu is smiling. Maybe he can mention something about it during your panel. Also, can bring it up. But then a lot of government data that's available that can be released in the public domain. All right. But there are a lot of other data that you can usefully bring about, right? So all these things I talked about, right? We didn't need government data, right? So we are actually, there are NGOs who have feet on the ground who are generating very, very good data. There are hospitals, right? Not just private hospitals, even government hospitals are willing to reach out to you and then see what they can do in terms of partnering with technologists in solving problems, right? Talk to the Smart City Corporation. So they are happy to help with, with all the data that they are gathering, right? Or the Center of Excellence in TNeGA, right? So many, that the TNeGA Center of Excellence is not fully a government body, right? So they have a little bit more autonomy than that, right? So there are ways in which they can interface with the people. So data is there, a lot of data is there. It's just that it's not given to you in a drive in a RDBMS format, right? So you have to do some work to get the data in a usable format. And I think instead of sitting back and saying that we need the government to give us the data appropriately, I think we should also put in a little bit of the hard work. In fact, and the center, the Robert Watt Center that I had, so we annually fund multiple projects for doing data set gathering, right? And then we're curating the data and releasing it. So we have already released some data for the Indian road traffic, right? Looking at vehicle monitoring, so that things that can be used for counting vehicles and getting traffic density estimates and recognizing vehicle types and things like that. So like that, we have already released data. Like that, we are going to be releasing several such data sets as time goes by. So that's the answer to the second part. You had a question? Okay. Okay.
Hello, doctor.
Yeah, sir.
Good afternoon. It was an amazing lecture. And here.
See, I told you it will be a lecture. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have two questions, doctor. Like the first question is like in terms of AI research, right? Like, so I'm Sriram, I'm founder of a startup called Power Tusker Innovation. So we're building an end-to-end no-code visual AI platform for AI engineers to develop visual AI solution without writing any code. So given that context, right, like, so we do a lot of research and try to get a lot of research work from the internet, right, GitHub and all of that. We find less of research paper based technologies developed and published in GitHub. That you shared, like we shouldn't adopt it until it is ready to or mature enough to go ahead and do it. How do we go about and ensure that maturity happens? Thanks, doctor.
Man, this is becoming a theme, right? Two questions from everyone. So the first question, we have to ask ourselves how much of research is happening in India that is shareable on GitHub, right? So maybe the fact that there is not that much code that is being shared on GitHub is a reflection of the fact that there is not that much shareable code being written in India, right? So I know it's a not a great state of affairs, but we should get there, right? So in fact, I know a lot of very, very interesting projects that happen in the so-called tier 2, tier 3 institutes, right? But I'm not sure if the students there have an awareness of that they can put this on GitHub and make it popular and things like that. So in fact, a lot of the work that happens in our center, we have a GitHub repository for the center and it's published, and we of course tweet about it, put it on LinkedIn and things like that. But continuing with the same thing, right? Number of AI researchers from India who are on these platforms is very little. In fact, there is this whole academic Twitter community, right, which there's very little presence from India, right? Maybe 2 handfuls of people, right? So again, all of these needs to change. We need to evolve this culture. I'm not sure if there's an easy answer to it. It just takes over time. I think I'm being told that I'm talking for too long. So to answer your quickly answer your second question, I didn't say don't use AI technology, right, till it's mature enough. I said you should know what you are getting yourself into, right, and figure out what the caveats are, right? And the only way to get the technology to mature is to have more and more conversations with the people who are the end users of this technology, right? And centers like ours are facilitating it, right? And we need more such things, right? So it's not that just the IITs can do this, not just the technologists can do this. We need to get people from policy. We need to get people from the legal fraternity. All of these communities have to come together, right? And then have these discussions. And that's happening in India, right? More so than most other countries out there, right? And I'm confident maybe in the next few years, you will see more of a responsible AI policy getting evolved that's applicable to our country. Right? So I'm pretty sure that's just around the corner.
Thanks a lot,
I have
sir.
to stop. Yeah.
So due to the paucity of time, we'll restrict the questions to 2 to 3 per speaker. So yeah, you can take it.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. It was very informative for all of us here. Thank you. Once again, a big round of applause for Dr. Ravi again. I would now request Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Principal Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Tamil Nadu, to please do the guest of honors to Dr. Ravi, please.
Thank you once again, Dr. Ravi, for joining with us today. I would now like to introduce again the fifth speaker of the day, Thiru Rajan Seduraban, CEO at Lantern View Analytics. He's an experienced CEO with a demonstrated history of working in the management, consulting industry, high skilled in global delivery, IT strategy, management, business development, and more than ever in innovators and academia, industry, and government to join hands and promote the use of artificial intelligence for social good. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now welcome Dr. Rajan Seduraman to please come and join us on the stage.
Good afternoon, all. Firstly, thanks to the organizers and the team for inviting me to be a part of this event. It's fantastic listening to all the progress that we are already making right on this front, be it agriculture or healthcare or governance. And it's always a great sense of pleasure and satisfaction that Tamil Nadu as a state, as well as the ecosystem here, is contributing so much right in the progress. As industry participants, right, I mean, we do more work with the private sector. And in fact, a lot of the work that we do as a company is with clients outside of the US. But we see that data and analytics is being applied to a very wide variety of problem situations. And one of the things that I wanted to do right with this opportunity is to call out some of the parallels that we see in the thought processes and the approaches that are being taken by the private sector, and then also what is happening right in some of the sectors that we've been talking about today. It's an evolutionary path that you see with most organizations in terms of how the maturity in terms of using data analytics or artificial intelligence or machine learning kind of technologies progresses. And that's something that's reflected in what we see right in the social sectors as well, including agriculture, healthcare, or governance. So what I'm going to share today is by no means comprehensive. This is a very broad and vast subject, but I thought I will illustrate some of the points with a few examples. And I'm sure that there'll be more to come right in the panel discussions and the rest of the sessions that are going to be happening today. So firstly, in terms of the agricultural space itself, I want to kind of touch upon the fact that there is a evolutionary path that you see, right, in terms of how the progress has happened over the years. In some sense, when we talk about private sector and the clients that we work with, we used to use this term that companies are drowning in data, but they are starved for insight. And how can you make use of the data and the analytics side, the AI and ML algorithms in order to derive the insights that could be of use and relevance, right, to these organizations. We see that happening, right, also in the other sectors, right, in the social sectors, for example. I mean, we know that a lot of data is available to farmers coming in from multiple different organizations that are able to gather the data and put it together. But it is still a challenge, right, in terms of how do you move from a reactive to a proactive approach, because we don't want to do postmortem on why a crop failed, for example. But what we are really interested in is, can we make use of data related to the soil quality or in relation to the the weather patterns, for example, right, to figure out what to sow and when to sow, right, how to fertilize it, right, so that the yields are maximized. So that's really what you're looking for. The fact, though, is that data is available, or it's starting to become increasingly available, and it can be a huge asset, just as in the private sector and other different industries and sectors. It can be a huge asset to the agricultural space as well. And the data can be used across the entire crop life cycle. Now, whether you are starting off with the planning or right up till harvesting, there is plenty of opportunity to make use of the data. Weather, for example, right, predicting weather and trying to make sense of it is one of the age-old problems, and it is a fairly complex and tough problem at it. It's a very non-linear problem, and many attempts have been there in the past, right, in terms of how you can use data analytics and algorithms, right, to predict weather patterns. And today we are starting to see increasingly the application of some more sophisticated algorithms that can help determine weather patterns so that farmers can plan their agricultural seasonal activities, right, in line with the weather patterns. In terms of parallels that I see across the agricultural sector and the rest of the industries that we work with, many of the techniques that we use for solving the problems for industries are very relevant and very, very applicable as well. We do a lot of forecasting work, for example, right, demand forecasting and forecasting consumer behavior, predicting consumer behavior, for example. So forecasting prediction problems are something that are very relevant and applicable, right, to the agricultural sector as well. Credit ratings is something that we do, right, for the financial sector. And today, farmers' insurance is becoming a fairly important topic. How can we fund the farmers so that they are able to make use and capitalize, right, on the data and the information available in terms of sowing the right crops, using the demand forecasting algorithms so that they are able to get the produce to the right places, and also ensure that their produce is priced right in terms of the markets that they're able to take into. So credit rating algorithms are fairly helpful, right, in helping farmers get the finances that they need so that they are able to capitalize on the opportunities. Recommendation systems, again, in terms of what to sow, for example, what crop, which markets can give them the most amount of returns. Very similar parallels in terms of recommendation systems that we build, right, for other industries in the private sector. And finally, making use of dashboarding tools so that the farmers are able to monitor what is happening within their plot, within their maybe the geographical area in which they have their farmland. All these things are very, very important tool sets and approaches that they can use. The good thing is that several of the techniques that we see, whether it is image analytics or whether it's using chatbots for interaction, for example, making the results of these recommendation systems and models available in the hands of farmers using mobile computing platforms and devices, and some of the non-linearity that we see, right, in the problems that we're trying to solve. These are all common problems and challenges. Therefore, there is quite a bit of relevance in terms of what the private sector and the industry might be doing and how you can bring it to bear to solve the problems, right, of the agricultural sector. A lot of things are also becoming an as a service model as we go along. And we do see the emergence of several companies today, right, who are able to come in with fairly interesting specific solutions that address either a particular part of the crop life cycle or even the entirety of the life cycle in terms of the solutions that they're able to bring about. We did hear earlier about how image analytics can be used to diagnose pest and disease challenges, right, that might be there in the crops that have been sown. So I do see this as a fairly interesting way, right, in terms of how it is evolving. Sustainability is a very, very important aspect when it comes to agriculture, especially just so that we're not depleting the natural resources that are available. So data analytics is coming to fore in terms of how we can solve problems in a very sustainable fashion, making sure that we're reducing wastage, that we're able to recycle even agricultural byproducts, right, for use. Just a couple of quick examples. This is something I just thought I will share. Not examples from India at this time, but where we see the application of some of these technologies and approaches. The Australian Center for Field Robotics, for example, has developed this thing which helps them to administer the right dose of fluids. It could be water, it could be fertilizer, pesticide, using image analytics and technologies so that the crops are sustaining, they're getting the nourishment that they need, right, at the point in time. Similarly, New Zealand-based TNG Global, another company called Abundant Robotics, now out of California, they have come together to create this model wherein using image and video analytics, they can actually figure out whether the crop is right for harvesting. And they can actually use a robotic arm and technology as well associated with it to complete the harvesting process itself. So just a couple of examples that I thought I'll share in terms of what's happening. Moving on to healthcare, we do see that some interesting themes are emerging, right, on the healthcare space. The first thing is that we are now looking at the entire patient life cycle and not just in a silo in terms of when the interaction might be happening with the patient, but increasingly because of the multiple interactions that different healthcare providers, agencies, doctors, the entire ecosystem is having with patients. There is a move to this entire life cycle concept. That is something that we see, and it's a good parallel because when we work with other industries, we talk about the customer life cycle, right? And we talk about customer lifetime value, customer life cycle value. The same thing is starting to happen on the patient side. So a lot more data that is now available coming in from all the fitness devices and the gadgets that people wear, wearables that people have. So that's plenty more data that is now available as part of the ecosystem. And there's even more data coming in from food and diet apps. I'm guessing that some of the people even here in the audience would be making use of food and diet apps to keep track of calories or figuring out what they are consuming and making sure that they're sticking to a diet plan. So all this thing is contributing to the increasing amount of data that is now available, which can feed into the patient care process. And again, the same points that I talked about earlier, they're also at work. The entire image analytics space, I think we have talked about it. Professor Ravindran also shared earlier how you can use image data, for example, and I will give an example on the next slide. The entire self-service mechanism using bots, providing it as a service, that's gaining prominence. Mobile devices and computing devices are again starting to become very, very important in the scheme of things, especially for access to patients who need healthcare in rural, outlying, far-flung areas. There are companies that are coming to like what I mentioned here, Intel, GE, both on the hardware as well as on the software side, so that we are able to come up with the right kind of solutions that addresses the current needs from a healthcare perspective. A couple of examples again here in terms of what I felt were interesting. Google, for example, has worked on a product. This is Lumi by Pampers. This is a 24/7 child monitoring kind of product and solution that's been put together. And the idea is to make sure that the child is getting the attention, right, using the technologies that are available, whether it's image analytics or monitoring and so on. Similarly, GE has implemented a solution, right, using image analytics where combination of artificial intelligence, mobile platform, and image analytics is helping figure out and diagnose collapsed lung type of situations. Now, again, a radiology kind of an application, but starting to gain prominence. Also, you would be familiar with the cancer moonshot program, right, that was announced by Obama, which actually helped in the discovery of a fairly new drug, Desipramine, which is now being used to treat lung cancer. So there are several examples that are emerging where the combination of these technologies is really starting to pay dividends in terms of how we can address the healthcare situation. Finally, on governance itself, I think the progress that's really happening is one from where we are moving to digitization to digitalization. I think over the years, there's a lot of data that has been coming into the digital format. Now, what we are really starting to think about is how can we make use of all of that data to provide a digital based services, right, in terms of interaction, in terms of prediction, in terms of personalization, and so on. So there's a lot of shift that is again happening from data to insights becoming more and more important. There are several initiatives that have been taken by the central and multiple state governments, starting with Aadhaar, eKranti, BharatNet, right, which is the backbone, for example, right? I mean, all of these things have been in place. Even closer to home, right, in Tamil Nadu, we know about Nambika Inayam, we know about the Tamil Nadu State Family Database, right, that's been put together. So all of that is contributing to the data that is available. Again, this means that there's a very strong data backbone that is available for providing new kinds of services that citizens are looking for. So question now is like, how can we move to a more connected kind of an ecosystem with the citizens? How can we make use of some of the new evolving technologies so that very personalized services can be made available to citizens when they need it, right, in a very friendly, easy to consume fashion. Another parallel that I see is what we call the segment of one. In the private sector, when we are doing work for any of the different industries, we talk about the consumer segment of one, for example, right, where we try and make use of data to be able to identify and understand each of the consumers in a very unique fashion, right, using all the identifiers and the data that are available. of course, subject to data privacy, right, and other considerations. We see a parallel in terms of that happening, right, with patients when it comes to healthcare, and definitely citizens, right, increasingly. How can government be able to apply the segment of one concept to citizens as well, in terms of how they understand the needs and the requirements of citizens and how they're able to make use of the algorithms, right, to deliver those services. Again, a couple of examples that I thought were interesting, right, in the governance space. One is this company called Vehant, based out of Delhi. I think they have offices in multiple other parts of the country as well as outside. Traffic monitoring system that they have developed, again, using video and image analytics, artificial intelligence, some machine learning kind of technologies. Very interesting because it can actually help identify all kinds of traffic violations and help keep track of, for example, are people riding without a helmet, or is there a pillion rider one too many, for example, red light or lane switches, right? All of these things can be identified by the platform. Another one is the Yumi Robo that's been built by ABB Robotics. And this is a trash sorting, again, using image analytics and video analytics, right, to figure out how to sort trash that's coming in from trash collection centers. Again, these are just very few examples of what we see happening, right, in the space, where some of the more newer technologies, right, around artificial intelligence or ML or image analytics are starting to find application. Of course, one needs to integrate this, right, in a very synthesistic fashion, so that they really start providing the benefits. In summary, right, I just want to touch upon a couple of things. In many of these situations, right, in the social sector, when we talk about healthcare or agriculture or governance, there is this whole question of how do we bring trust into the equation? How do you ensure that there is more and more trust in the providing of the services? Because many of these situations, they actually have a situation of unequal power. So the farmers, for example, are at the mercy of nature, right? Nature is more powerful than anybody can think about. Similarly, when you're a patient, there is more power in the doctor and the healthcare system because of the expertise that they bring to the table. So there is a unequal situation of power. Similarly, citizens and government, one can look at it and say that no, the government has the authority, so there is a situation of unequal power. When you have such situations of unequal power, data and analysis can be a way by which you can intermediate and ensure that there is a greater degree of transparency and trust that is brought into the table. And I think that's a big role that data analytics can play in ensuring, right, that the trust is brought about in a very transparent fashion. A couple of books that I've been reading recently, and I thought like both of them illustrated, right, from two different perspectives. One of them is Rationality by Steven Pinker. And that book is really about how humans make decisions using rational, objective criteria, and when do they fail to do so, right? And that's one is an argument for being purely rational and objective, right, when it comes to any kind of data, when it comes to any kind of decisions. The other book is The Tyranny of Merit, right? And that's a very interesting book as well by Michael Sandel, right, Harvard professor. Many of you know about his justice course, where he talks about data and objectivity need not always be the only basis for decision making. You also need to bring in morality into the picture. You need to understand what is just. So at the end of the day, when it comes to using data analytics, right, for any of these social causes, I believe that it will be important to balance what the hard data tells us, but it is also equally important that in these situations of unequal power, just to bring about the trust that is necessary, it's important for agencies to pay attention to what is moral, what is just as well. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, any questions to be asked to Thirurajan? Thank you. Thank you so much. So for joining with us, a very big round of applause for Mr. Thirurajan Sethuraman. Thank you for joining with us again. I now request Dr. Neeraj Mittal to please do the guest of honors to Mr. Rajan Sethuraman.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now introduce Thiru Priyanjit Ghosh, Consultant of Artificial Intelligence Projects, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency. He is working with the Tamil Nadu government as a consultant for artificial intelligence projects. And along with Priyanjit, we also have our esteemed speakers on the panel right now. Dr. Sanjay Sood, PhD Group Director, CDAC Mohili, and Project Director E. Sanjeevani, who will be joining with us virtually through Zoom. And also we have Mr. Gulsar Azad, Entrepreneur in Residence, Artificial Intelligence for Social Impact, Google. We have Mr. Sandeep Pollard, Director, Microsoft Technology Center, who will also be joining with us virtually through Zoom. And we have Mr. Chandramouli, Technology Advisor at Shankar Netralaya, Tirusi Samyamurthy, IAS Commissioner and Secretary of Agriculture, Farmers, Welfare Departments. I'm now handing over to moderator, Mr. Priyanjit, to please introduce again for us. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. So while this is being done, we can have a very small chit chat. So firstly, let me just introduce by, what SEAT is about. So the Center of Emerging Technologies at the Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, it has been formed about a couple of years back, and our focus is primarily to, implement AI, IoT, blockchain, and emerging technologies, and primarily AI for social good use cases is our key focus. So the department has been working on with the education department for implementation of blockchain for certificates, with the National Health Mission for different other use cases like cataract being one of them, with the agriculture department for detection of pests, and similarly many more like facial recognition for attendance and several others. So this topic, okay. So a bit round of small introduction about me. So I'm Priyanjit Ghosh. I'm a consultant. I'm working primarily for the AI projects. We have a small team of 4 to 5 at the Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency. But though we are a very small team, the kind of projects that we have done has been highly impactful. And over the next probably 45 minutes to 1 hour, what I'll try to do is, I'll try to probably help you guys first understand what this topic is about, AI for social good. What this topic is about, AI for social good. And, then try to bring out multiple use cases from our esteemed jury members that where this can be implemented. And then the most important part as per me is highlighting the challenges and, sort of trying to have a discussion. We have very esteemed government speakers. Our honorable minister is there, IT secretary sir is there. So we want to have a conversation of some of the challenges and how we can sort of overcome them. Okay. So I thought that, what could be the most relatable way to start this presentation. So I want to take you on a journey and a small story about a person known as Mr. Raja. Okay. Now, Mr. Raja is 67 years old and he's a resident of Nagapattinam district. Okay. I'm not from Tamil Nadu. I'm here for the last 1 year. And during my visits in the villages while doing a project, I actually met this person. The picture is just a visualization. I did not want to use the actual picture, but the story is real. So Mr. Raja has cataract and he has developed cataract for the last 3 years, but he is unaware of it. In fact, we have Chandramouli sir over here, who is an advisor for Shankar Netralaya, which is probably one of the biggest institutions for eye care in India. So he can probably touch how deep or how big a problem cataract is much more than I can do. But I'll leave one single stat for all of you. 7% of blindness in India is caused due to cataract. In fact, we have Guzar Azad sir here from Google. Google has been working on diabetic retinopathy screening using AI, and I think they are working with Shankar Netralaya and Arvind for the last in Tamil Nadu. But where is the problem, basically? I think the problem is basically, which you can see in this slide, sir. If you look at all the countries over here, the number of ophthalmologists is only 10 per million people in India. Okay. So I even cannot do that calculation probably, but it is probably 0.00001%. So we have sort of introduced door-to-door screening. And now we are talking of emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, IoT, and we want to sort of brainstorm, can we use these technologies to sort of create an impact over here? So this is not a technical slide, but I would call it, this is, a slide giving you insights, right? So if you look at the left-hand side, this is how doctor does screening today. So basically what a doctor does is, the doctor is seeing the images of the patient's eye. He's processing the images in his brain and trying to sort of recreate that whether this person has a disease or not. So here are two problem statements for us. One is how to digitize that eye image, and second, and we designed a unique way of taking these images where a lot of design thinking comes into the picture. I'm not touching upon design thinking, but there is a lot of design thinking which gets required for practical AI implementations. And the second part is we created the CNN layer which would sort of analyze these images and gives these results, right? Sounds pretty cool, right? Sounds pretty interesting. So let us now quickly
India has about 12% of the total number of the people with low vision in the world. In Tamil Nadu, the prevalence of blindness is about 1%. To reduce prevalence of blindness in Tamil Nadu to 0.3%, and with cataract being the major cause, Tamil Nadu e-governance agency has developed an artificial intelligence-based Android mobile application, eParvai, along with National Health Mission Tamil Nadu and Tamil Nadu State Blindness Control Society. Of the beneficiaries are submitted to the dashboard of the district-based hospital eye surgeon to plan necessary management along with district mobile ophthalmic unit. The application is 99% sensitive in mature cataract and marginally lower in immature cataract. This low-cost AI-powered mobile application can take Survey will touch the lives of over 2 crore people above the age of 50 years as part of state government's vision for an operable cataract backlog-free Tamil Nadu.
Thank you. Can we go back to the PPT? Thank you. Also, to just touch upon a point, this innovation has also won the NASSCOM AI Game Changers. So part of the and this person, right? So now this person has been screened using this eParvai application, and he has been operated in Nagapattinam district. You can see his eye image, and you can also see the prediction which the AI makes that whether this person has cataract or not. And you can also see the dashboard image. If I don't know if it is visible or not, but it shows operated over there. Okay, this is not visible. SDG goals, the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I just highlighted few of the points because maybe my domain knowledge is restricted to healthcare, agriculture, and maybe till a certain extent to education. But there could be multiple other ways by which AI can be used to address SDG. Sort of try to, give certain questions, which I just want to address to the panel. So the first part is, whenever we get a lot of AI use cases, we are confused whether to use it, whether not to use it. We talked about ethics, we talk about responsibility of AI and all. So I have just simply divided into very simple way. One is a maturity index, one is an adoption index, and one is an ethical index. Very simply what it means is, now today, if let's say 1 year back or 2 years back, somebody would have said that, I want to use AI for cataract prediction. What is the maturity? Nobody has done it. So it's not a mature solution. But today, if you tell me, there is a success story. So it is mature. Second question is it adoptable or not? Now, if somebody tells me and comes that, I require to spend 2 CRs in GPUs to implement this in all the villages, then there is a huge infrastructural cost. The cataract solution which we created uses the normal phones which the field workers have. So there is no additional expenditure cost into it. To do diabetic retinopathy, there is an additional cost of 3 lakh rupees for purchasing the fundus camera over there. So these are some questions which comes into the picture when you want to envisage that whether you want to implement this or not. And this is how the government thinks. I'm trying to give a government's perspective over here. And the last question is ethical index. This question comes probably at the end that, whether this system was made ethically or not, whether the data sets was used correctly or not, but this is a very critical question. So one of the questions that I leave to the panelists is that which kind of AI use cases can we sort of use, which can be easily adopted. The second part is that we talk about AI as thinking as completely autonomous systems, right? There is no human intervention. That is what we believe. However, that is not the case. In fact, we have something which is known as the risk matrix. So the start of this session, we talk about everyone is using AI, right? If you use YouTube, you get a recommendation. You don't need a human interference over there. But let's say you want AI for detection of cancer, for oral cancer, or some other cancer. you want it to be validated by a human before giving the final prediction. This is what we did for the agriculture pest detection system as well, that there was a human who would sort of verify the predictions and then it would go directly to the farmers. So depending upon the risk factor, we sort of divide AI systems into three parts. One is there is no human interference required at all, which is your likes of Google, which is your likes of YouTube. The other kind of system is the human is completely required in the system, especially for cancer predictions. The last is human on the loop systems, which is more as a supervisory, which is basically our facial recognition attendance system, which we use. So if somebody's attendance is not marked, the admin can sort of rewind it and put it. So the second question I leave this panel with is that what kind of AI systems are actually sustainable? What role do humans actually play? Okay. And this is my last slide. And I heard somebody ask a very pertinent question that, we need data. How can we get data? So just before this session, I was having a discussion with Samaimurthy sir. So he told me, oh, you are talking about AI and all these things, but we have farmers, man. Farmers may not know how to use the phone. So I want to add an additional question over here for the demographics of people. Fine, we want to implement AI, but the final user, the farmer, may not be able to use AI, right? So that is also a very critical question for the demographics of the people, especially when we talk for AI for social good. Two pertinent points I want to leave the panel with is data accessibility, right? Startups today want to work with the government. Governments also want to work with startups. However, there is a concern of data shareability, data accessibility, and just not the startups. I think, maybe later on we can discuss how as government, we ourselves have to put a lot of efforts to get the data, right? And the last part is, which is the most important and pertinent part, who validates AI today? Who validates? We have a FDA in US who validates as your system. Like, for example, I'm claiming my cataract solution or eParva is 91% accurate. But as soon as I try to go and implement this in Maharashtra or some other place, they'll question, no, you do again an independent trial. One trial may cost millions of rupees to validate if the system is accurate or not. We currently do not have a centralized agency to validate the AI accuracy. How can we address that? So with those points, I leave the panel open. I hope I have tried to set the agenda straight. Before I open, I'll just like to introduce some small things about the speakers. So do you know which is the world's largest teleconsultation system? Does anyone have any idea? So eSanjeevani, which has been launched, and we have the project director of eSanjeevani, Dr. Sanjay Sood, has implemented the world's largest e-consultation system, which has done more than 1.3 crore consultations till now. We have Mr. Gulzar Azad, who is an entrepreneur in residence in Google, and he has been working tremendously for implementing AI for social good. So I look forward to hear your views on some of the topics which I have put forward. We have Mr. Sandeep Allur, and the first time I heard Sandeep sir was in a mighty speech. He's the director of Microsoft Technology Center, and he will be giving us certain insights on what he feels, and he speaks on AI for social good at multiple forums, and I look forward to his speech. Then we have Mr. Chandramouli sir, who is an technology advisor in Shankar Netralaya. So a lot of the technological innovations which you perhaps have seen Shankar Netralaya do over the past 10 years is because of his efforts. And lastly, we have Samaimurthy sir. So Samaimurthy sir is the commissioner and head of the agriculture department. He has played an instrumental role in the implementation of the Uzavan app. Sorry if I did not, Ulavan app. Sorry, my Tamil is not good. So he has played a very, very crucial role, and I look forward to hear his views as well. So on that note, what we will try to do is we'll open with Gulzar sir. So I hope I have introduced everyone. So on that note, what we'll try to do is we'll try to open the conversation with Gulzar sir. How we will do is in a very simple format. We'll give 3 to 4 minutes to each speaker, uninterrupted. whatever they want, they can come and present over here as well. And then we'll sort of, try to find out the answers to the questions which I raised. And then we'll open up to audience. Okay, sometimes these conversations go very long, audience sleep. I hope this does not happen this time. So we'll try to keep it interactive. Okay, so over to you, Gulzar sir.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Vanakkam. I hope I'm loud and clear in the last row. Okay, good. Thank you. It is my great pleasure to be here. I'm very, very excited for reasons that would be hard to explain in the next 3 to 4 minutes, but some of the people here know the reasons why I'm so excited to be in Tamil Nadu. And for the work that we have been doing and for the work that we hope to do here. And some of that we spoke when I was here 2 weeks back at the CII Connect event, and I had the honor to meet Honorable Minister Saab and Dr. Neeraj and many others among you and more people. So very excited to be here in general in Tamil Nadu, and also very excited to see this event about AI and data analytics in Tamil Nadu. I think that's what I understand is the core theme here. So I'm not going to talk to you about AI because, the theme is not that. The theme is Tamil Nadu AI and data analytics. And so I really wanted to take this opportunity, these 3-4 minutes. And even if I can perhaps strike a chord with one person in this room, I think the job will be done. Is what is the opportunity here? I mean, there's a ton of AI applications and we can keep talking sun up to sundown on it. And many solutions out there, complex, simple. I think Priyank mentioned some of them, some of the solutions that are indicative of the power that algorithms and machines can lend us. And some are very complex in the process of being solved. Some are expensive and some are more amenable, more cost efficient and available to everybody. But I think what is Tamil Nadu's opportunity? I am reminded of a very small incident or a story. Many years ago, when I used to work in telecom, and I have spent about 2 decades in telecom, we were at the DOT, and I was accompanying Windsurf. Some of you might know Windsurf is considered as one of the founding fathers or founding members of the internet itself. And so Vint was with us, and we were having this conversation about spectrum in India. This is like before 4G and 3G had just come into the country, and there was a huge problem with that. A huge problem of lack of spectrum was being spoken about it. India has the most lack of spectrum. So Vint's comment resonates here, and I thought I'll relay that. Is that India doesn't really lack spectrum. You have enough spectrum. Spectrum is just in the air, right? I mean, it's radio waves. You have created, artificial splicing of spectrum, but India's strength is not this mobile revolution that is coming in. I mean, mobile revolution is all over the world and it's coming in. India's strength is also not the fact that you're doing the spectrum auction. India's strength is the fact that you have brilliant mathematicians, and they should be put at task to solve this problem of spectrum. And spectrum slicing, the one that you have done right now, is logical, is perhaps commercially driven, is perhaps driven by incentives for all the stakeholders, all the telecom stakeholders. But you could perhaps take a relook at it, and India has the opportunity to relook at it. I think similarly to Vint's comment, India has that opportunity. Perhaps Tamil Nadu has that opportunity, given the excellence that you have nurtured for hundreds of years. Evident by some of the remarkable scientists, remarkable mathematicians that have come out of the state and the universities and the organizations here, is that you have a remarkable opportunity to create and co-create AI. Because you could stand by and you could potentially be the fertile ground on which a lot can be done, and you could act like angel investors here. Which means that you can give this ground, fertile ground with lots of data, and people can come in and grow things and then return some profits to you. That is that opportunity. But then there is a unique philosophically other kind of opportunity, which is sow the seed and then, harvest the fruits along with it. And so what does that mean actually? That means, there was a question in a previous conversation. I think Professor Ravi, when he was giving his speech, and there was a question on what can government do about data. I think that's exactly where the opportunity is, that AI in its own is just a solution. It's just a technology. It's not very much different from technologies that have come and gone. It is only unique and it is only significantly applicable to solve very large problems when it is co-joined together, when it is done together, when it is done in continuum. There is no continuum in all these solutions that we are talking about. I can talk about Google's AI flood forecasting also, and we can talk about some of the work that we have done in ADA. I'm immensely proud of the diabetic retinopathy work that we have done with some of the organizations here in the state, Arvind Eye Care, Shankar Netralaya. I can talk about those. I would love to. But I think the real thing to think about is that what kind of platform can be created so that you can create continuum and transform data into knowledge. That has not been done, and perhaps has not been done even in countries like US and Europe. But since we are starting from fresh, we have that opportunity out here. Since you have such brilliant economists, mathematicians, and even business people, you could put them together and think about how can the new concept of data fiduciary and data treasury be created. And I think that's what Tamil Nadu's opportunity is. Show the world and show India leadership by creating a platform for data, where data can be high frequency data. I'm not talking about like GIS maps and coastline maps and stuff like that. I'm talking about high frequency data, for example, in healthcare, in primary care, because you are the primary care provider. The state is the primary care provider. If you, or in agriculture, land records, and what is happening on the agricultural lands. If high frequency data can be captured in a way which solves the conundrum of privacy, security, and yet making it open and accessible by organizations which are fielded and sponsored by the ministries, yes, but separate organizations, distinct organizations whose job is just to take the data and transform that into knowledge, which is how a finance treasury works, right? Their job is to make sure that finance and payments or cash or money is treasured and then utilized in the right way. So likewise, there has to be data treasuries. And if a concept of data treasury can be bought in, then we can solve a lot. We can have a lot of AI solutions. We can have Googles of the world and Microsofts of the world and whatnot, and startups in India come and contribute to it, but we can have researchers worked on it. So we have to create an intersection here. There is no such intersection available right now. There is a lot of data sharing happening in PDFs and data sets. It's greatly useful, definitely useful, but that's not enough. That's not sufficient for the success here. And we cannot, and Tamil Nadu especially in India, cannot think small. You do not have, there is no space for you to think small, because you have the burden of the leadership for a lot of people out there. And I think you should take that leadership, is what I would call upon all the researchers, the academicians, the politicians, the bureaucrats, the government, honorable minister. I would think about that. How do you take leadership in this space? And that's what I wanted to share with you. We can talk more about AI. Happy to have the conversation here and among the audience as well. But really looking forward to that from you, and really looking forward to seeing a lot of solutions come out of Tamil Nadu on artificial intelligence, on data analytics, and a lot more. Thank you.
Next, I'll request Samay Murthy sir, IS and Commissioner for the Agriculture Department, to come forward and share his opening thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister, Secretary, Information Technology Department, my dear colleagues Pandian and Balachander, panelists, participants, all of you, good afternoon. Probably, if we give some kind of job, most of the people I think that they will neglect the agriculture because on their priority, this might be one of the lowest one actually. But when you think in another aspect, actually, it play a primary role in providing the on our everyday requirements. That is a food. You might be knowing that without food we cannot survive. That is for our energy, which we are getting from food, actually. But though demand is every year increasing for the for consumption of food, but the area is limited, and in fact, the area of cultivation is gradually decreasing. It's not increasing. So where we have to focus, the limited space available, we have to increase our production to supply for ever increasing the population. Today we may have nearly 8.75 crore population in Tamil Nadu. 50 years back might be 50% of what we have or lesser than that things. But the land area which we cultivated 50 years back, almost the same. Now it's slightly decreased. So in this juncture, how this modern technology can be used to increase the productivity, that is the one of the area where we want to focus on it. I sum up in the small presentation with the 10 slide. I hope that it will be some kind of insight to all the participants over here and some of the panelists who are virtually paying. This is a profile of the Tamil Nadu. We have 130 lakhs hectare of land is available. Interestingly, area for sowing means it's but for crop cultivation is 47 lakhs hectare. If same land, if we are used for twice for cultivation, it means you might be knowing that the crop cultivation is only 3 to 4 months. Then after that, again, you can do in the same land actually. So that way, your gross sown area is increasing to 59. Another area, the Tamil Nadu is relatively rainfed area where the most of the lands are dry land. And our monsoon also, it means water availability is very limited actually. That also in terms of, you can see the flood and cyclone actually. So we don't have any good water storing structure. Because of that, which we are limited to only for Rabi season. That is the season which we are now cultivating actually. This is one of the important season where across the state, the farmers are practicing agriculture. After January, might be Pongal, you might be knowing that it's most of the lands are either empty or barren, or we can say that kind of a fallow land for the next season, that you have to wait for another 6 months. So that net irrigated also, you see, out of 49, you are only 26 lakhs hectares have been irrigated. So that means left out area is nearly the rainfed. It looks for the rain. And already told we have the population of nearly 8.75 lakhs actually, crores. And now but the land area is remain constant. The average size of the land holding is 0.75 hectare. This is one of the very, very crucial. One of our previous speaker presented in New Zealand or Australia, how this mechanization has been, or artificial intelligence have been used to kind of, weeding, watering, etc. We don't have that kind of land which have a kilometer together. Even after 50 meters, there will be a bund is there actually. So there is land is highly fragmented. After this, land is one of the very important assets which we will not try to pass on over to our younger generation in the family, like heredity. So your father have 10 acre. If you have 2 or 3 children, it's fragmented into divided by 3. Again, for grandchildren of their 3 children, again it's subsequently fragmented. That's kind of system which which we have, almost 72% of farmers are small and marginal farmer in our state. That is one of the very, very difficult things to implement any kind of mechanization. And the average rainfall, though it is 937 millimeter per year, but nearly 50% of rainfall is receiving 2 months. This is November and December. That's why we are facing the flood and cyclone this period actually. But almost nearly kind of 200 or 300 TMC water has been already flown into the sea because of at very short period we had such a huge rainfall actually. And sorry, agriculture contribute nearly 13% of gross state domestic product. It means this is the third one actually compared with the at the time of independence it is nearly 60%. Now is only 13%, but still nearly 70% of farmers are people are depends on this agriculture for livelihood. This is the Tamil Nadu is kind of this structure of the economy is, we can say like kind of developed one where service sectors contribute more. It means nearly 60% and followed by a secondary. And this is the third one is the primary sector. It is at the time of independence, it is vice versa. The primary is almost predominantly first and the secondary always second. The tertiary was a third actually. Now is it moving in the good direction actually, but which we should focus on the productivity, which will help for the people. This is what are the challenges which which some of we already highlighted. The predominantly rain-fed agriculture. It means the lands are looking for rain for its moisture. So because of that's a low productivity, predominantly small and marginal farmers, and the paucity of agriculture laborer. Now that MGNR ages, other kind of labor intensive poverty alleviation program also shifted the farmers from the agriculture to the non-agriculture activities, and our younger generations are want more jobs on the white collar job rather than to involve them. No parents wants to put their children in the agriculture products, which is a very prevalence in probably in across the state. It's even in the other state also, and it's very common. It's being an uncertainty in agriculture each and every stage of the cropping, and there is a paucity of tackling of pest and disease, one of the very, very difficult, which reduce your yield by nearly 50%. It's very common in the drought, flood and cyclone in our state, which is a very common phenomenon every year actually. That also very crucial stage of the season. So we need to insulate the farmer against this kind of risks. Post-harvesting loss, which is nearly 15 to 20% due to the lack of proper storage structure, like how we are unable to store the water during the rain season. The same way we are unable to store the this commodity during the harvesting season because of agriculture. If it is a tomato, means it's within the 15 days, the entire state will produce a tomato. After that, you have to get it from others. So within the, how long you can store the tomato? It's very, very difficult. It's a perishable commodity. So even if it is a store in the cold storage, after 1 week, you have to take it and the same day you have to use tomato. Otherwise, it will get again spoiled, inshallah. So in other case, grain, there is an advantage where we can do. There is an information cap. That is one of the very, very important things which we want to educate the farmers. What kind of crops he has to be grow, what varieties and what seasons, where you have to sell it actually. Once we bridge this gap, that farmer will get good return. As there's a perspective of these, doubling or tripling farmers automatically will come over here, sir. Average age of the farmers are 55, and I don't think that any 18-year-old college student or 25-year-old after graduation doing the agriculture actually. So that kind of illiterate and little educated farmers are majority. Somebody can speak, some farmer can speak English, but majority of the farmers are illiterate and their average age is above 55 years. As already told, the lands are highly fragmented and uncertainty in agriculture each and every stages. Maybe sometimes it may not sprout, may not germinate, seed may not get germinate. Even if it's germinate, there possibility of cyclone or flooding. Even if it is there, withstand the flood also, there possibility of pest and disease. And even if the last wetting is not there, your yield will reduce by 50%. Even after harvesting also, it is uncertainty, you will get a good price because the traders are predominantly dominant and they'll sell you at your purchase at your price which you cannot imagine it. And predominantly traditional farming, scarcity of water is very common in the at the fag end of the cropping season actually. Soil fertilities are decreasing because of we are dumping tons of fertilizer every year, which leads to for the one of the major challenges. What are the potential in agriculture? I think that some of the already told there is a pest and disease identification is the one of the system which already our e-governance and of the things which we are working on. Precision application of agrochemical, that is of pest and pesticide and fertilizers and even weedicide specific to the particular weed which can recognize by this AI, so that can be sprayed. And smart farming, kind of the things which according to the assess the moisture level of the soil, and accordingly we can sense with the help of the sensor we can use for the drip irrigation through the remotely controlled orange, apple, grains also you can do with the help of these AI. Price forecasting and market intelligence is one of the very, very, very important criteria which decide the price of the farmers. Faster result, AI will help mass utilization, precision output, and address the labor shortages. If you want to spray the pesticide for 1 hectare of land, it take nearly maybe $50,000 more photography, you have to put it up in that, and all the way, all the stage throughout the life cycle of a pest and how it is affected has to take as a photo, and you have to feed in this computer. Then only you can automatically recognize and it will say. So it is one of the challenging tasks. Small farm holding have a less scope for the smart farming, which you might be knowing that instead of have a kilometer of large farm where mechanization TNeGA and the Department of Agriculture jointly they have done. We identified 3 pests, that is the paddy stem borer and leaf folder, maize fall armyworm with 88% accuracy, still 80% of accuracy. So farmers are always resistant to change, which you might be knowing that, unless otherwise word of mouth has come from this nearby person, they may not able to do based on the what are the magic which we are doing through the send the laser beam, which will assess the soil nutrients and as well as the soil moisture, which will help for huge time consuming. Otherwise, we have to dig the soil and take to the lab, and if it nearly takes 15 days actually. This can be sorted out within the fraction of a second. Remote sensing based crop damages and productivity assessment, which Tamil Nadu Agriculture University is carrying out. I think that IIT professor all corporation which government of Tamil Nadu recently formed actually. Real-time weather forecasting, we are planning to do it through our state government future, drone-based pesticide, AI-based sorting and grading in supply chain management after post-harvesting, especially horticulture commodities, price forecasting through market intelligence. Most of the farmers at the time of harvesting, they'll get red price. What will be supply because the time and their farming community will harvest the tomato in 15 days actually. So such a kind of time, how we can take it up and we can forward so that they can also get price and good price, and farm consumer also will get the almost the average price across the all the time actually. Soil health based fertilization recommendation, soil moisture based irrigation system.
Due to the paucity of time, I'll request to, keep their discussions to maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Next, I'll invite Dr. Sanjay Sood, who is joining through VC through us, I think from Mohali. So, yeah. Oh, sorry. He's from Bangalore, I think. Yeah. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Respected Honorable Minister, sir, Principal Secretary, Sir, IT Department, CEO, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, sir, and Secretary, sir, from Agricultural Department, co-panelists, delegates, and organizers, greetings. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity today, and I'll request the team there to share the presentation. So I'll run it for around 3 to 4 minutes. I'll be talking about eSanjeevani majorly as a modality of huge data generator that it has evolved into, and so far we have not yet incorporated AI in eSanjeevani for the only reason that we were consolidating it and we were putting it together to ensure that it is meeting the needs of the doctors as well as the patients on the other end.
In case there is an issue presenting the PPT, Dr. Sood, can you? Oh, I think. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, eSanjeevani, as we all know, it is shaped into the National Telemedicine Service, and we've already served over 1.84 crore patients. And we are operationalizing the telemedicine service in 2 variants. The first variant is being used under Ayushman Bharat scheme, which is called eSanjeevani ABHWC, which is Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. This is a doctor-to-doctor variant, and this variant is being used in 27 states. And the users in this particular variant amount to around 90,000. We have doctors, specialists, and community health officers who are using, and they've in totality served over 1.2 crore patients under this variant. On the other hand, as soon as the pandemic touched the Indian shores, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare directed us to put together a mechanism or a telemedicine platform which could provide health services to the patients in the confines of their homes. So we put together eSanjeevani OPD, which is a patient-to-doctor variant and is being used by over 30 states. And we have over 25,000 doctors practicing telemedicine on this variant, and over 60 lakh patients or 6 million patients have been served in this particular model. And if we look at the way, next slide, please. If we look at this particular graph, it shows the way telemedicine has been adopted or has been accepted by the doctors as well as the patients in the country. So this experience, the eSanjeevani experience, has proven to the world that telemedicine is technically feasible, and then the modality of this digital health is certainly rather, I would say, practical for it to be used at the national scale, and also to be used between the doctors and the patients, and also amongst the doctors community. And then besides that, it also has shown to the world that telemedicine is a modality which has been accepted by the society or by the beneficiaries in a big way. We have seen an exponential rise from doing around 3,000 consultations a month to last month we've completed close to around 22 lakh or 2.2 million consultations in just around one month. And this particular table shows us the breakup of the teleconsultations or telemedicine as it is being used in the states. And at this point, I would certainly like to include, rather appreciate or comment and thank the government of Tamil Nadu for using this modality. And Tamil Nadu, I must also include that Tamil Nadu has been amongst the initial movers. Rather, Tamil Nadu was the state that gave us the confidence in ensuring that it is a modality which is facing success, and it being a public facing utility. We were not really confident in the beginning that how would it fare. It is only the Tamil Nadu team who rather acted as the leaders in the whole eSanjeevani experience, and many states used Tamil Nadu's experience and learnings to onboard their teams and roll out eSanjeevani in the fashion that Tamil Nadu government had rolled out. So we really thank the state for putting together this kind of experience and learnings for all to learn. And as far as telemedicine is concerned, or rather eSanjeevani is concerned, it is generating data in bulk. And as of now, we have not put in place any AI component in eSanjeevani for the fact, as I shared, that it was initially meant for us to see that telemedicine is accepted by the users on both the sides, the doctors and the patients. And now that we are confident, we are happy to see that it is being used. We are now conceptualizing based on the ECRP2 package that the government of India has directed us to put together, eSanjeevani 2.0, wherein we'll have certain AI-based algorithms in place, because we are generating a lot of data, and we'll try to empower patients and doctors for them to be even more efficient and increase the access of the health services. So with this, I'll close for now, but I'll chip in as we discuss the aspects in the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I think this is a good predecessor to the next speech, because we'll be inviting Chandramouli sir to talk about his initiatives that he has been taking in Shankarnatrala, and I'll request you to keep it very brief.
Okay, you can use this. Good afternoon. Vanakkam. I'll try to keep it as short as possible because most of the points have already been covered by earlier speakers, and I will keep it to very specific to health and more particularly about what I do. Shankara Nethralaya doesn't require an introduction because it's a 43-year-old organization and we are one of the largest in the world itself, probably. To give you an idea, we do around 2,500 patients a day, approximately around 400,000 patient visits a year across the entire spectrum of whatever we do across all branches. So to keep it short and simple, I think as a user, as whatever capacity you are, whether you're a doctor or a patient or a provider or any other policy maker, I think there are only three things matter using technology. One is quality of care, another is cost, another is largely improving access. I think there was a talk about the number of doctors that we have. To be very precise, it is less than 26,000 doctors in India on ophthalmology alone. Sanjeevani, the kind of impact that they have done. And from a Shankara Nethralaya perspective, in the last 14, 15 months, we have already done more than 15,000 telemedicine, actually. If I were to translate a number in terms of the saving that it has potentially done, it will be roughly around 10 crores to the patients, actually. To give you a study, what is happening as far as the telemedicine is concerned, based upon our study, you spend 6 times more in an OPD coming to a hospital than taking it through a telemedicine. Approximately, even if I were to put 6,000 to 7,000 rupees of expense that you might have incurred, we might have saved at least around 10 crore to the patient community. I think that gives you an idea about the impact of cost. And what the change that has happened is the industry 4.0 or the so-called IoT devices. I think we have seen a lot of examples during the day in terms of AI, what AI can done. But more importantly, from an AI, particularly on health, I think the large issue with many speakers have also touched upon is data, which I'll give a little bit of implications of that and things like that, how AI to IoT or virtual can really transform many things. And all these things are leading into what is called as the new health economy. I think this is probably what you're going to see the next 2 or 3 years. And the underlying in India, particularly, is due to the government intervention itself, which is largely the National Digital Health Mission. Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah, I'll change it. Okay, sorry. See, what is happening post-pandemic is, what we are really going to see is almost anything that you think which could not have been done, which should have been done in a hospital is now going to be done virtually. So, in fact, that's the reason I put it as living on the edge. I think the mobility is going to be a natural add-on to whatever we do, particularly in healthcare. So medtech evolution or the change that has happened post-pandemic is completely on the idea around what is called as a medtech or health tech or whatever you may call it. just even in the world by any standard, because this is the ophthalmic industry standard database actually. Even if a small hospital like what we have in anywhere in India can easily run into a couple of terabytes of data. So it's going to be a monster of a work for somebody to do a data management and things like that. That's where even what Google was talking around in the morning around some of these imaging and other things that we are already doing with the likes of Google can really solve some of the industry's problem. And I want to touch base one of our partnerships with Google, particularly on diabetic retinopathy. I didn't purposefully put this because of confidentiality reasons, but I think you might have seen the Google's talk on some of these areas already in the morning. And also it's widely available in the internet, Sundar Pichai talking on diabetic retinopathy, which was completely done out of India, actually. The credit goes to the Indian ophthalmologists, particularly Shankara Nethralaya and Arvind Eye Hospitals, scanning around 2 lakh images over a 3-year period and maturing it into something of a more trustable AI using FDA certified. It has taken really 5 years for us to get to a situation where it is already commoditized. And I can give you quite an example why diabetic retinopathy is important actually, because in a country like India, which is already the diabetic capital of the world, and retinopathy could lead to large eye losses. And 1 out of 4 in India has a problem. Actually, we talked about 70% of the people alone having a cataract problem. I think it's larger in terms of what the industry issues are. So literally solve the basic what I call it as a democratizing of the screening actually. If you want to look at screening a diabetic retinopathy today, there are only around 3,500 doctors in India who can really screen for diabetic retinopathy. And you'll have to come all over to a specialty center like Shankara Nethralaya to get some basic advice. So even if the doctors rest of their lives, they want to do only screening on diabetic retinopathy, they cannot do it. Only now technology can really help you to solve that and at an affordable cost. One of our vision is to see that this could be available for the public good. And we have a license with Google to really do that, where you can literally walk into something like a vision center in your area and get a diabetic retinopathy screening for very small pittance actually. So you can basically get a go or a no-go signal through the computer itself. I think that's the kind of change which you are going to see in the next 2 to 3 years. I think these are all the things that I wanted to really harp on as a new health economy actually, and where one of these things that you can really talk around is now how to get digital services on health, where using AI could really solve some of the problems, and leading into more into pharmacies and fulfillment and all the telemedicine really helping for the public good and things like that. I think these are very, very small examples. I think in a 10 or 15-minute talk, I don't think you can really cover everything that you can do, even one stuff. I think this itself can be a good day's discussion on whatever you want to do. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to explain quickly. Thanks.
The last speaker for this panel is Mr. Sandeep Alur sir, who is the director for Microsoft Technology Center. I think he's based out of Bangalore, and he was supposed to be here, but due to some health issues, he couldn't make out. Just before he starts, what I'll do is, after he finishes, I'll just quickly conclude the points, and we'll open to 2 questions from the audience. So if you have a question in mind, just repeat it in your mind so that I can ask you quickly. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies, I couldn't be there. I'm running a bit of a temperature, so I'm isolated myself and I'm able to present. So thanks for the opportunity. Again, Honorable Minister, Secretary, sir, and everyone, and again, my esteemed panelists, thanks for the opportunity to be part of this panel. So I'll just take 2 minutes, not more than that. I don't have any slides. I'll share my point of view, and then we can, I'll hand it back to you, Priyanjit. Couple of things, right? I think everybody has spoken about the art of the possible when it comes to AI, and considering what it can do for society is phenomenal. Technology has arrived. What enthused me yesterday, honestly, because when I read a paper in Bangalore, and there is this railway station in Bangalore where they're using computer vision to actually track and trace people, especially used by the police department. Now, incident happened yesterday where somebody filed a missing person complaint with the police department, and this person was mentally challenged, and this person was actually found in the railway station, one of the platforms. Thanks to AI, again, in a matter of 8 hours, this person's identity was understood, and despite the person wearing a mask, the technology did help identify who the person is, and again, that person was rescued, right? Again, a classic evidence of how AI is helping us deal with such situations. Second one, of course, healthcare, we've spoken so much about it. If you walk into Apollo Hospital today, and again, if you take a bit of vitals, and they have built something called AI cardiovascular disease risk code for the country. That means I go to Apollo Hospital, get my vitals checked, and the AI model actually gives you a risk score. The risk score actually talks about, hey, is there likelihood of this person getting any cardiovascular-related issues in the near future? If yes, what should be the lifestyle changes, right? Again, moving from reactive medication to proactive wellness, right? Again, a classic example. The third one is very profound. Of course, in the last few weeks or so, even state of Tamil Nadu has seen massive rains, and again, it's not a good sign considering what has happened on the ground. But again, technology, if I go back a few months when cyclone hit West Bengal, again, technology came to rescue there. One of our NGOs, Seeds, actually partnered with a partner called Gramina. They actually built a model, again, using satellite imagery, identifying houses which needs to be evacuated, right? Looking at the way the houses were constructed, is it a concrete house or a thatched roof? Depending on that, give individual guidance in terms of who should be evacuated, right? Again, a classic evidence of how AI is coming to rescue. Of course, when it comes to social good, humanitarian, I would say, sector as such, AI will have a profound impact. Again, as I said, it is the art of the possible. Technology has arrived. It's a question of choosing the right use case and ensure of course, data is critical. If we can source data, and if there's no data, look at how we can start collecting data, right? So there has to be a start somewhere, right? Today, some of the problems we look at and we say, you know what, we don't have data to proceed. And that's also a reason why many of the times people fail fast, which is a good thing. You don't go a lot into the life cycle before realizing it doesn't work. Agriculture, absolutely. I think one of the panelists or earlier speaker mentioned that they're not exposed to technology, right? Farmers, end of the day, they're recipients of the I would say prescriptive measures that the AI model gives out. They don't need to understand whether it's AI or not, right? Technology is absolutely a black box to consumers. So in that context, in my feature phone, which I use today as a farmer, or even there may be a smartphone, right? Can I get prescriptive guidance on daily basis? When should I sow seeds? When should I water plants? When should I kind of look at pesticides? Certain sector of my, I would say, land, it's not fertile. What should I do with that, right? So time has come for us to look at those problems. And again, as I said, technology is probably an enabler, and solutions are too many, and scenarios are also too many. It's a perfect time in the industry where I would say the technologists, the domain specialists, and of course the government, joining hands, we can absolutely take this, take society forward with utmost focus on making a difference to human lives across the board. So I'll take a pause here. I know we're kind of over time. I just want to share my few top of mind, and again, had a larger, I would say, narrative at a social good, but I'll pause here for now and hand it back to Priyanjit.
Thanks a lot, sir. So a big round of applause for sir. He has been able to join virtually. So due to the paucity of time, what I'll try to do is, I have jotted down few points. Before that, anyone has any questions so that I know if there are no questions, then I'll probably take a minute longer. Okay. So I see that everyone is very hungry. So, I'll not take much long. So what we primarily understood is, that data is obviously very, very critical. The first speaker talked about a point about data treasury, right? In fact, in Tamil Nadu, we are working on a state family database, and probably we are, storing some of the highest amounts of data among all the states. And a very critical point is data itself does not make any sense. Transferring that data to knowledge is probably the most critical part, which we have to look into, right? And then there is one of the startups over here who is actually working for grading of crops. He's here somewhere. Can you raise your hand? Okay, maybe he's not, he'll be pitching. So what they are actually doing is, they are actually taking images of crops and they are trying to grade the quality of the crops, right? So we heard, how information play can actually be very, very critical in terms of, helping marginal societies like farmers who may not need a very high-tech technology, but may need that right intervention, when to sow the crop. The small bits of information that is probably very, very critical, right? And then basically we are talking of that, is India ready? So I'll take one point from Sandeep Alur's speech. Technology has arrived. Let us not make any mistake that we do not have the right tools or right technology. We have it. Technology has arrived. And with e-Sanjeevani OPD, more than 2 crore OPDs have happened. So it basically means that now is the right time. So for all these startups, for the government, whatever we want to do, we have now stored the huge amounts of data. Now we need to translate it. And I'll take one very key word from Chandramouli sir's speech, which is, the new health economy. How many of you is wearing this thing? Can you just raise your hand? How many of you wearing? Can probably 20% of the people over here. And let us just understand how critical health data is, right? So the last point I want to just leave this panel is that no matter what technology we have, no matter what amount of data we have, for the end user, for government stakeholders, we need to build trust. And for that, Tamil Nadu government is the first government to release the safe and ethical AI policy. And we'll probably be working more to release a second version of that policy. And hopefully, this conference acts as an enabler and sort of helps build that trust. Thanks a lot. So now we break for lunch. It was a really nice discussion. And yeah, you can take it.
So thank you, Premjit. A very big hand for him. He summarized the entire panel discussion short. Thank you. It was very interesting. And thank you once again to all the moderators for joining with us. I now request our chief guest, Honorable IT Minister Tamil Nadu, Thiru Manu Thangaraj, to please join us on the stage. To the guest of honors for all the moderators, please join us on the stage. We would thank Dr. Sanjay Sood, a very big hand, who couldn't able to make us in person through virtually. Please, a very big hand for him. Mr. Gulsar Asad. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us today. So Mr. Sandeep Alur, again, you have seen him in virtually again. He was actually not well today, but unfortunately he made us, for us, a very big hand for him as well, for making his presence. Thank you. Mr. Chandramouli. A very big hand for Mr. Chandramouli, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thiru C. Samayamurthy, thank you again for joining with us. He left. Okay, thank you. Thank you once again to all the moderators, and thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's time for lunch right now, so you can all please go back and come by maybe 2:30. I request you all to please come back by 2:30 for the afternoon session. Thank you. Check. A very good afternoon, one and all. Malai Vanakkam. Madiya Vanakkam. Okay. அப்படியே சொல்லிக்கலாம். ஒரு அதனால தான் நான் இப்பவே மாலை வணக்கம் சொல்லிட்டேன். I know after lunch feels no, but ஒரு வணக்கம் சத்தமா சொன்னா நல்லா இருக்கும். I can see everyone is awake. ஒரு வணக்கம் சொல்லாமே சென்னையில இருந்துட்டு வணக்கம் ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா ஐ நோ தட் நீங்க யாரும் தூங்காம இருக்கீங்க என்ன லஞ்சுக்கு அப்புறம், ஏன்னா எனக்கும் அதே ஃபீல்ல தான் இருக்கு. சூப்பர், எல்லாரும் சேர்த்து சொல்லிட்டீங்க சார். தேங்க்யூ ஒன்ஸ் அகைன். A very good afternoon all of you. We have the speaker is waiting to us in Zoom, so I would like to introduce her. So we have Miss Nidya V. Raj, Head Startup and Venture Capital Ecosystem, South Asia at NVIDIA. So we have Nidya V. Raj currently working in and as a head for startup and venture capital ecosystem for Southern Asia territory. She's a super passionate about building tech products in communities with innovation, entrepreneurship, social impact, education, art, and human rights. Nidya is committed towards utilizing NVIDIA GPU platforms to pursue the latest breakthroughs in data analytics, self-driving cars, healthcare, smart cities, high performance computing, virtual reality, and more. I'm proud to hand over the stage to Ms. Nidya to showcase the experiences through his keynote session of artificial intelligence case study by Nidya. Once again, a big round of applause. We welcome Nidya, who's going to join us virtually through Zoom with us. Thank you. Nidya, can you hear us? Are you able to hear? But I guess you're on mute. We couldn't able to hear you. Can you check again, Nidya?
Hi, thank you. Thank you. I guess the host was not letting me unmute, so I got a little stuck there. So sorry about that. I could understand a little bit of Tamil, and I think it meant something like everyone is sleepy after lunch, and hence we need to get the vanakkam. Is that what it is? Like, I guess so. So anyway, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm really glad to be here. So when I got the invitation to present at this panel, I was just thinking of some of my memories in Tamil Nadu, specifically with respect to social innovation. This was a few years back when I was doing what we call it to be Jagriti Yatra, which is a social entrepreneurship journey where we visit social enterprises which are pretty known in the country. And one of the places that we visited or institutions that we visited in Tamil Nadu is Arvind Eye Care hospitals, actually. So that was very mind-blowing for me because it was something that, especially in the healthcare as an industry, which I'm really passionate about, it was really curious to see how they have innovated throughout the journey from a very, very early stage, right? So that's something which stuck to my memory. And I thought of giving a little bit of landscape about healthcare and how exactly can we use the AI to innovate from top to down and throughout the processes of what an healthcare industry can do, right? So that's what I thought of, sticking onto the topic of AI for good within the healthcare industry and what next can we expect specifically in this industry to understand more about it, and also to give you some of the case studies across the globe. And the reason I wanted to show some of the innovation from across the globe is also because there is huge potential in India as a country, and specifically as a region, like as Tamil Nadu has been like quite forward in committing into public good, specifically in terms of healthcare, and how they have been expenditure which has been going into healthcare industry is quite commendable actually. So considering all these aspects, I guess there is a lot can be done in the healthcare industry, starting from the conventional healthcare institutions to the high-end medical imaging technologies that are out there, right? So that's the reason I wanted to give a small landscape overview. Obviously, we will be taking through multiple organizations, how they have innovated it, but how I want it to be narrated is from the process of, obviously, like moment we think about healthcare, the first thing that it comes to mind is like there is a disease at hand. How do we understand the, like how do we go about it, right? So obviously AI comes in handy at all kind of these processes. So let me share my screen. I hope it's visible. So various workflows which are in the hospital ecosystem can be using AI to create better impact actually, right? So this can be in terms of obviously starting from medical imaging, because as you know, AI comes into a really good use when it comes to image analysis and specifically medical image analytics, right? So a radiologist, like when you have like a CT scan or an MRI unit which has been presented in, it's at the end of the day a human which is determining the abnormalities which has been found in the scan report, and obviously it is time consuming and it is also erroneous at hand, right? So the idea is to reduce the false negatives and false positives at any given point in time to produce a better results, so that the patient can start the treatment immediately. Like it also comes in handy in early detection. It also comes in handy to even understand the growth rate at which the particular abnormal tissue has been growing. So many things you can identify with the help of like medical image analytics, which has been done with the help of AI. So one of the things I wanted to highlight is throughout this presentation, when we are explaining various case studies, we also look at the healthcare ecosystem from a larger perspective. Like right now, if you think of most of the AI startups or enterprises units which are delivering AI solutions, they look at one particular problem and they try to address it as it is. Like, you know, how do I enhance, let's say, one particular workflow within the entire healthcare workflow which is out there. For instance, in terms of cancer, like especially from early detection to diagnosis, like to come in handy, to treatment, to the end results, there are a lot of workflows which you can find, and each and every workflow you can turn into an AI product at the end of the day, right? So those kind of trends has been happening in the industry for the longest time, but at the same time, I do have a feeling that at some point in like especially while we are evolving these AI products, we will also see an accumulation of various technologies coming into picture. So for instance, we already discussed about the CT scans and MRI in the previous slide. Like there is also other companies like such as 12 Sigma, or even the other companies such as like even Heartflow. Like, you know, all these companies look at the image analytics part of it and try to figure out like where is the abnormalities present. So as much as I can say that it's a very complicated workflow, or you need to even understand the abnormalities, there are three things that we look into consideration, right? Obviously, the data that comes into the picture from the hospitals or the medical institutions which has medical images is one part, and the second part is like training the algorithm to know what is normal and what is abnormal at any given point in time. And this is a mix and match of quality data, and second thing is the diversity of the data, right? So for instance, like let's say a Heartflow or a 12 Sigma, the amount of data that they have at hand would be quite huge at hand, but at the same time, it might not be enough to kind of cover all the geographies in the world, right? So that's where AI again come into picture, because you can use multiple network, which is like such as GAN, like, you know, generative adversarial network is a really great use case of how we can create medical images which can be used to train the algorithm when you don't have enough medical images to begin with. And if you look at the healthcare industry, that's one of the main problems that we have been facing, because the diverse data set always comes into an issue, right? So, and if you look at the larger organization, starting from the world, like renowned institution like Mayo Clinic or like Stanford Healthcare Unit and everything, they all try to accumulate data from across the globe, which means that different race come into picture, age comes into picture. So all these variations has to be taught to an AI algorithm to create smarter decision, and I would say wiser decisions. So the idea is to reduce the error which has been made by the machine, and we always often compare it to the human driven data results versus a machine driven data results. And obviously I'm sure like everybody in this forum knows that how much AI has been helping in the healthcare industry. We always, when we say that, like, machines tend to create better results, I would say more accurate results. Accuracy is one part, but at the same time, we also keep a room for error, because even machines can make errors. So which is why we always try to create a human in the loop, so that there is always a waste for the machine to keep relearning at it and create better and better algorithms at present, right? So these are some of the instances that we look into consideration, specifically when you're designing healthcare AI innovation. And because of the fact that like there is humans which are at stake, their human lives at stake. So these are some of the snippets that comes into use at any given point in time. So obviously, like, multiple AI use case come across. Like, for instance, Path AI is a great innovation where they have used their algorithms to detect like the breast cancer early on, like specifically starting from the diagnosis part of it, and even suggesting the right treatment very early on in advance, actually. So one of the healthcare innovation based out of India, I'm sure most of you might have heard about, is Nunnarangu, which is also doing similar set of experiment. The only difference is that the images that they use is the thermal imaging, whereas this one is slightly different, actually. So the irrespective of the images that comes into picture, like the idea is to create more accuracy at any given point in time, is what AI is looking at this point in time, right? And we have seen multiple organizations looking at similar use cases. And the beauty of these all these organizations is that many of them have been quite open about creating research papers, which is fairly publicly applicable also, where people across the globe can access the research behind it, and also to understand and to co-create different solutions at hand, right? So that's something we tend to kind of overlook into in the industry, because as much as we say that, like, we need to be having an IP driven use case which has been generated for the startup, the more collaborative we are, the better it is for the ecosystem to create more and more, I would say, responsible AI solutions, which will come in handy at any given point in time. Now, moving on to, like, I've already mentioned about the MRIs, CAT scans and everything, which is coming into picture. There are multiple such use cases, like starting from the retinopathy, which is like quite useful in even detecting the diabetic based, induced blindness, which is quite difficult to find at early stage. And this is something that AI has been super helpful. So there are multiple organizations which is also helping. So this is one example of like where Iris is another organization which we have tried to work at NVIDIA, like where we try to figure out how do we enhance the like the time and up to which we can detect the chances of having the diabetes induced I would say blindness, right? So that's another thing. So this I have already covered with respect to the annotation part of it. Like, so the data that has been coming into picture, it's not easy to annotate the same thing also. Like, it's a lot of human effort to have the radiologist to keep working hours and hours to kind of annotate what is a benign tissue versus an malignant tissue, right? So there is a lot of human efforts which has been going into that picture also. Even in that, we can even get the AI to start working on in annotating it better. So the reason I wanted to highlight these snippets of use cases is also because think it of from a pipeline of a product that we are building or you are building, right? So if I have to build a product at any given point in time, how I should be thinking is like, can AI be helping me to kind kind of create a better solution at this point in time, or is it going to enhance my results? So these are the ways to kind of re-evaluate the product outflow. And obviously, like data annotation comes into handy at any given point in time, specifically in the healthcare domain, considering we have very limited healthcare data which is accessible to everyone due to the unstructured ecosystem that we have at play, and also from the angle of like, you know, how exactly the data might not be quality driven, right? Like, you know, you might not get a quality data at all point in time. So that's another reason why we try to create more and more tools about even from data annotation to creating more and more data sets with the help of GAN and other network. So those are some of the other instances which might help into like, you know, AI innovation at hand. Then obviously this we have discussed about the diagnosis part of it and how do we train the algorithms and everything. Once we have the disease at hand, how do we even define the treatment is also something AI comes into use. So this example I really like because of 2-3 reasons, right? So you most of the people like who have seen a lot of cancer based treatment knows that like the thermal ablation is like one of the minimally I would say intrusive and invasive effective treatment which has been used, but at the same time the accuracy, or I would say the effectiveness of this treatment only happens when you are actually destroying the malignant tissues, right? And it's not easy to detect that at any given point in time. So one of the things that this particular startup, like which is TexoMed is like very specific about taking the feeds and visualizing the tissues at hand so that the surgeons can accurately know that this is what the tissue that I need to focus on and to create, or I should use the thermal ablation there, right? So these kind of techniques can help the surgeons to create better activity, better results at any given point in time. And also this helps in understanding various complications that might occur during the surgery, right? So these are some of the very interesting use cases that we have noticed in the healthcare domain, and there are more to follow. Like these are some of the snippets that that I am showing, and we have also seen how the surgeons can also enhance their surgery with the help of live feeds, like specifically the video feeds that comes into picture. Like, you know, if I have a real-time video at hand and my AI machine can help me understand to make the right decision, because most of you know that like the surgeons, when they are at the surgery table, it's not an easy task to be like, there is a lot of stress associated with it, and there is a lot of it's a spontaneous decision that you need to take based on what you see at that point in time, right? So if AI can help that process to help the surgeons to see it better and also give them nudge towards like what needs to be done, that also enhances the process, and in turn like it also helps the patients to recover faster and helping the surgeons to target the right places, and so many such use cases, right? So this is Caliber AI has a really great use cases for that matter. Like, so what they do is the endoscopic video feeds, which are usually like heavy in size, and like these are like 100 GBs of data which need to be trained at any given point in time, and they use that to create real-time results for the surgeons to understand like these are the tissues which are like malign, and these are the benign tissues. So they can seriously understand the differentiation factor in real time. So imagine the same thing which is happening onto a different surgery and how it can be helpful to save the lives of many people, right? So this is another interesting use case that you should have a look at, and especially when you are looking at innovating in the healthcare industry from a surgery standpoint, right? So and obviously, like, you know, healthcare, the hospital as an ecosystem, it's need to be like extremely hygienic in nature, as well as like, you know, there is a lot of chances of like you getting infected because of the hospital driven infection which is coming into picture, right? And this has been quite a leading cause for deaths in many cases. Like even when someone has gone through a serious surgery, typically the death cause after the surgery is via the infection, post-surgical infection, or even during the surgery, like even a minor infection which has been caused because of the mismanagement of like by the hospital staffs or any of these things can actually create a lethal death at that point in time. So this can be avoided if we had better visibility into what can be be done, like, because this is something like we can't keep reinforcing the system, because everyone knows that this need to be hygienic, but at the same time, like, we can't really avoid the situation either, right? So how do we use AI to create a better environment for people to work in, like both for the hospital staffs or also for the patients as a whole, to not to get infected? The idea is to perform and mandate more and more I would say mandates on the hygienic standards, as well as, like, protective gears that they are using. All those kind of stuff can be done with the help of AI, right? So this is purely from the standpoint of the video feeds that you're getting out of the hospital, scene, and also to understand, like, if the particular thing is not present. For instance, if you look at the screen, you can see that the glove is missing, right? And it's not something that you should be having specifically when you're doing any sort of, like, activities in the hospital. So if you can inform the person to, like, or notify that person, okay, your glove is missing, like, they can be informed about it and create a healthy, and I would say a more responsible environment at hand. So that's another use case which is, like, quite interesting, to create like an end-to-end solution. Or even in terms of, like, specifically during COVID is where this came into very much into use as a day-to-day activities. You might have seen in most of the hospital, they started implementing more and more contactless platforms. Like, if you've gone to the hospital, especially after COVID or something, you can see these kind of innovation coming into picture. Even in India, like, Bangalore also, like, I've seen at least in 2-3 hospitals similar methods which has been deployed, because the idea is to reduce the contact, and hence also warning both the hospital staffs as well as the patients to be more and more cognizant about their activity, which comes into use while you wanted to reduce the infection, right? So that's another interesting use case. So in India, like, we have seen one of the startup that we are working with, like Tonbo Imaging and Niramai, both of them put together solutions which has gone into hospitals, which helps the patients and the hospital staffs to create better decision. And so many such examples can be quoted in such regards, right? So this is another example of how on the ground AI is coming into use, and these are real-time activities, right? Because there is no point in warning the person after you make a mistake, or, like, hours after you made a mistake, right? So these kind of use cases come into use where how far the AI can be accurately showing, or, like, or even notifying the person that, okay, they made a mistake, like, just clean up yourself better if you have touched like a surface or something like that. So these are some of the things that we try to understand. Like, it might look very simple, like, as a human, like, because we are doing these activities on a day-to-day basis, but for an AI to know what's best for us is something that we need to train them, as well as it creates more awareness for humans at hand, right? So that's what the intention of creating such kind of workflows in a hospital environment. Now, moving on to something which is more critical is that, like, we covered the diagnosis part of it, we covered the treatment part of it, we covered the at hospital part of it. Now we also wanted to look at, like, beyond that, right? So even when there is a disease at hand, the drug development that comes into use, like, it is something that AI has been super helpful. And I'm sure many of you know that, like, when Johnson & Johnson, or like any of the institution like Moderna or a Pfizer company, when they developed drug, this time the time to develop drug was much shorter than we expected. It is only because AI made it possible. So there are so many companies which is helping the pharma and the drug developing companies to create smarter decision. When I say smarter decision, if you look at from a drug development journey, it's typically like a 10 to 15 years of years that they spent on creating an accurate drug marker, which will be useful for any particular infection or any bacteria which is present, right? So for that, it requires a lot of permutation and combination of identifying a biomarker which is, like, gonna fit into this particular microorganism, and how do you prevent that, or, like, how do you make the body more immune to it? Like, it's a lot of permutation mechanism, right? So this is closely in alignment with human DNA, and then how it fixes into the drug, how exactly the drug react to our DNA and create a whole lot of chemical reactions associated with it. Now think of AI, like, if there is a possibility for us to understand what is the shortest way to kind of induce certain chemical reaction. Right now, the modes of doing that is far easier, because we know better ways to kind of emulate or simulate such kind of situation to create better results, right? So that's what the whole intention of using AI in the drug development, which has been creating a fantastic results like this. So this is a case study of Cloud Medex, which has been doing, where they try to create effective medical decision making. This is nothing but understanding more and more details about, like, one is like from the drug discovery side of things, or even from the taking a medical decision at the hospital, like, because there are so many scattered results of what the doctor says, what the medical staff says. So how do you accumulate all these decisions to create better results for the patients, or even doctors for that matter, right? So those are another set of use cases that comes into picture. Now, which is like, obviously the drug development is again something which has been coming into use. And last but not the least, we also have a lot of use cases that can be coming into a holistic lifestyle, like specifically in suggesting what are the better ways to live, have a healthy diet, or even have a better treatment plan and everything associated with, based on the behavior that you have been having or the medical symptoms that you have been having. So this is another example of creating a more like a preventive healthcare system, because AI can also help in there. As a human being, and I'm sure, like, many of you know this concept, like especially in India and like some of the countries, like there has always been a practice of having a family doctor, because I know many people underestimate that, but honestly speaking, the historical data of you as a person, like, is always comes in handy while you are creating a treatment plan, right? So that's the basis of creating a preventive healthcare mechanism. So that's something, if there is a possibility for us to understand that data well in advance, so that I know exactly what to prescribe to you as a doctor, right? So those kind of decisions can be made if we have access to all these data, as well as to create better results for the humans to have more I would say preventive lifestyle mechanism, which has been sorted. Another example, which is not quoted in here, but I wanted to highlight, is the recent development of targeted drug delivery approach. What it means is that every human being is different. Like, their DNA strands are different, how the DNA interacts with the drug is different. So typically the drugs developed, usually what they do is they have a assumed persona of a human being, and they try to create like a larger mission for the drug to act for a wide range of human beings. That's what the drugs do, right? Like, which is why we have same drugs which has been prescribed to almost everyone for the same symptoms. But when you think of it from a human nature, like obviously each person is different. So now a lot of research has been going on in creating drugs which are very much customized to an individual, and it will react to particular strands to create the desired results, right? So that's been one of the major innovation that has been happening in like past almost 7 years right now, but it's been taken into like a deployment style. Like we can see a lot of deployment which has been happening in US and other countries as well. So India, I've not seen that innovation on the ground yet because of like the medical policies and other stuff, but FDA is actually getting cleared for some of the innovations like targeted drug delivery, which has been like another trending use case which has been coming in. And I'm sure like many of you are following the the Nobel Prize which has been gone for the CRISPR, which is another it's always been a talk for like quite a lot of decades, but I think at last like it has come into a fruition in creating more and more gene editing based cure that can be delivered to the diseases that at hand, right? So all these kind of I would say innovation or complicated workflow, at the end of the day, we notice like how AI has been helping in this throughout this process is quite amazing actually. And every day when you keep getting feeds about the various innovation happening in the healthcare industry, I keep wondering like, and as India, like what do we do about it? Like specifically because we have such a diverse set of crowds at hand, and we have such a diverse nation to look at. And then I think the onus is on us to create better solutions and also responsible solutions, right? So I want to kind of end with the thought, the saying that like, what next for the healthcare is mostly on the accumulation part of things, because a lot of startups, if you look at in India or even enterprise solution for that matter, is looking at one use cases within the whole workflow. But if you think of it from healthcare as an overall ecosystem, there is more can be done, and there is an accumulation which can be more useful to a country like India, and that can create better lifestyle for us, right? So that's something which needs to be happen, I guess. So that's what I wanted to leave behind with. And if you have any questions, feel free to talk about it. But yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to cover with respect to healthcare. And these are some of the use cases I showed because as a reference point again. And there are so many such innovations which is at place. And in the interest of time, I decided to kind of cut short and just show like very few use cases. But yeah, that's what the healthcare ecosystem has been doing. And let's make sure that we make a more and more effort in creating better solutions for the country actually. Thank you.
Any questions for Nidya? Anyone? Okay. Thank you, Nidya, for beautifully illustrating us about the NVIDIA once again on TNGA. A very big hand for Ms. Nidya for joining with us through virtually. Thank you once again. So next, I would like to introduce Dr. Nandan Sudarshan, Associate Professor of IIT Madras. Is an associate professor again, and he earned his PhD in Engineering Systems Divisions from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He majorly contributed to research areas like experimentation, data mining, machine learning, quantitative finance, and system engineering. He worked as a quantitative researcher focused on for 5 years at a high frequency and algorithm trading at Raxon Asset Management LCC in New York. His research and work experience focuses on applications of experimentation, machine learning, and the abstraction of data to models and algorithms. I now invite Dr. Nandan Sudarshan on the stage to share his views about artificial intelligence for social good and the role of academia. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Dr. Nandan Sudarshan, please.
The photo that was there is not me before this. Can I just operate the slide deck? Slide deck. It's great. Yeah. Can you please just check it out? Yep. Okay. Works. Great. Thanks. No, I'll stand around. Then can you? I'm fine. Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to make a presentation about AI for social good. And I just wanted to talk about IIT Madras's initiatives with the government. Just a quick summary. And I thought I'll take the mask off. And I thought I'll dive into a couple of projects. Just spend a few minutes on a couple of projects. So I thought in this context, I'll summarize. IIT Madras has a lot of initiatives with the government. And I thought I'll start with the ones that we have with the Tamil Nadu e-governance agency. So since 2018, we have an MOU to contribute towards various verticals, specifically education, healthcare, and agriculture. And in addition to this MOU, we've also kind of served over these last 4 years on various panels, on tender committees, on recruitment, and so on. So we'd like to believe that as TNeGA makes these amazing strides in digitizing Tamil Nadu and making Tamil Nadu smart and improving the well-being of people, that IIT Madras has some role or stake in it. And we look forward to actually having this grow. So we've also recently been working with Chennai Smart Cities and signing an MOU. And again, on a whole wide range of areas, because just like governance has all these areas, academia has all these areas where different faculty members are doing research in different areas. So it's a very sensible and natural partnership that can tie up in various ways. Oh, And we have historically served, and I don't think you can maybe see this. Maybe you can see that. Okay. But we've served on a whole host of committees, particularly from the Robert Bosch Center from Data Science and AI. Many of you might have heard Professor Ravindran speaking today morning. We have IIT Madras, through its multiple channels, encourages working with government, working with industry. We have an industrial consultancy and sponsored research wing. So gone are the days when professors were only supposed to teach in classes. We want to be socially relevant, and the push is from the top saying, Nandan, go out there and, work with government and improve lives. It's not enough if you just stay and stand in a classroom and only teach. So I'm very proud of some of these affiliations that we have with the government. And here is a summary. The top is supposed to read a summary of government projects, various projects. And again, perhaps Professor Ravindran, I spoke with him, he touched upon a few of these, the Arman project, the preterm birth project, the 108 ambulance project. Today, I'm going to speak about two projects that I have been working with fairly closely. The work with the Tamil Nadu Police Department on smart policing, as well as the work that we're doing with the Education Department. So when you look at, there are two aspects to the Tamil Nadu Police, the smart policing work that we're doing. We've been looking at the change in patterns, both in crime and traffic violations during COVID. So think about it, why would that be kind of interesting, right? COVID might be a 1 in 100-year thing. And studying crime or traffic pattern changes during that specific time, what does it really tell us? Well, one thing is that crime is a very complicated thing to study because there is a huge difference between registered crime and reporting of distress, right? One is a very small subset of the other. So when someone says crime rate is going up, what are they talking about? They're typically talking about registered crime going up. If registered crime is a very small subset of distress, so by distress we mean picking up the 100 call and calling 100 versus an FIR actually being filed, does it actually mean that crime went up, or were the mechanisms to actually report the crime, were they made easier? So understanding the difference between what we call as routine activity theory, which basically says that crime will happen if there are more people, there is greater mobility, if there are greater opportunities, more crime is likely to happen. We're trying to understand the role of not just that, but the role of creating these mechanisms by which we can report the crime, right? So does creating more such channels itself look like crime goes up? And one of the very interesting things we saw is while in some areas crime did go down during COVID, despite the fact that mobility went down steeply, there were certain channels that got opened up during COVID to report missing persons. So crimes that might have been related to people going missing and so on actually went up. So when certain channels were opened up, irrespective of the fact that crime is strongly correlated in some categories with mobility, human mobility, we actually saw that in some categories like domestic violence and so on, crime is going up. So it tells us that really crime is not about the crime rate alone, it's about the channels for reporting it and facilitating it. Another very interesting thing, and I think the second one that I want to talk about has a lot of relevance, not just to crime and policing. It has to do with digitizing, okay? We're all seduced by this notion of AI and governed by AI and smart AI. And a very strong bedrock and a prerequisite for that is the data. The digitizing, the IT infrastructure, the data that needs to be there so that the AI stands on top and you're able to do analytics on it. But as a country and as a state gets digitized, we're slowly starting to turn the switches on, right? The switches all don't go on one day. You don't walk into the room and say, let's do AI. You first say, okay, let's gather the data. Oh, so far all FIRs were written on a piece of paper. Can someone sit down and type it in? So there are a lot of these initiatives that are slowly starting to digitize. Now let's take a look at this whole problem of crime prediction. Crime prediction again sounds great. It just basically means that you have a spatio-temporal map of crime. It means you take a map of Chennai or you take a map of Tamil Nadu, and for a given time at a given day, can I say how likely is a crime to occur in that particular unit of time and space? Okay. Now I can take all the historic records and digitize it and say, now I can build an engine, and that will help with a lot of things. It will help with preventive action. It will help with capacity planning. But here is a very unique challenge. How will I know if a particular zone is crime-free because crime was not going to happen, or it was crime-free because of pre-existing police presence? Because that was never digitized, right? So just blindly following data analytics on where crimes were recorded and when they were recorded does not cut it, because you don't have a beat police officer's route already there, and perhaps known routes have lower crime, right? So we're trying to handle this problem in a very interesting way. Many of you who might know a lot of AI algorithms might have heard of classification, right? Where you kind of point to certain regions and say high crime zone, low crime zone. We're saying we don't have the data for that. When a zone is high crime, it is high crime. But when a zone looks like it's low crime, we The second project that I wanted to talk about is about improving education, and talking about, we've been collaborating with the Tamil Nadu Education Department in improving the quality of education. And so some of the things that our projects seek to do, and ones we are about to embark upon, is to overall improve the quality of education by increasing the delivery mechanisms and quality checks of content and assessment. Specifically, we want to look at a data-driven optimization of content and delivery and build a learning management system. So here are some of the challenges that go with that and how we are looking to address it, right? So first of all, you take something like content curation and delivery. Content in education is a very interesting thing, right? So if you say content, that means educational material. It might mean videos, it might mean digital content. And Tamil Nadu has this interesting initiative where we have about 6,000 smart classrooms and high-tech labs, right? So there are literally 20 screens for each student, and they have the facility. The brick and mortar is set up. So now here is the question: what do you show on that? It's great to do the wiring, and it makes for great newspaper headlines to say that, hey, we have powered so many schools. But how do you decide what content exactly is shown there? Should it be content that a teacher has already taught? Or should it be content that is actually replacing what a teacher would have explained? And content is a complicated thing, right? So even if you take educational material and you create a link saying, okay, 8th standard biology, photosynthesis, or any such concept, you're able to say a concept and you're able to link some material for it, a video that shows you this thing. But in many cases, a person is not able to answer a question, not because the content for this was lacking, but because a parent concept was not clear. So I'm not able to do multiplication because I don't understand carryover. I'm not able to do, so that concepts in education have a kind of a network or a graphical structure. I need to understand some concepts before I understand other concepts. So I can't really keep saying, hey, show him more videos of XYZ, and they'll be able to answer the questions. I need to be able to somehow figure out that a student does not have a problem with this concept. It's a parent concept that they have not understood. So how do we do that? And how do we link concepts and sub-concepts? So one of the first efforts in this project is to link concepts and sub-concepts. The second is to try and create this link by understanding which videos are good, which educational material. So you have videos that are in the outside world. You have videos that our own teachers come and they sit in front of a camera and they explain the concept. But here is the thing. How would you do it if you had to say which video is good? Well, we did what most websites do. We said, let's track the viewership analytics. Which videos are watched? You show 3 videos, which videos are watched. That's easy. Another thing might be, what about rankings and ratings? you give a star rating for each video, and then someone is able to say, this is a good video. Sounds good, right? And then what about getting subject matter experts? So teachers come, watch the videos and say, these videos don't explain it well, that explains it well. Well, it turns out there might be more problems to this than we think. Even though sometimes people rate videos very high, some videos don't help them answer questions very well. They rate it high because the person seems very jovial. They rate it high because they think the person is explaining the concept very well. There is a lot of coherence, but no correspondence. It means the logic is there, the person's delivery is good, but does it help you answer that question associated with this concept very well? Maybe, maybe not. So a more holistic approach might not just be to look at it in terms of viewership, because you need viewership because you don't want to put the person to sleep. A second might be that you want to see that a person who's watched the video is able to says, this video was great. Oh, this video is really bad. All of which adds value. But third, can I show different videos to different people and see who answers questions better? So if I make this whole thing very assessment focused, I'm able to take a very empirical standpoint and not a fundamental principle standpoint, saying this is good and this is bad because a subject matter expert said so. But instead, we're actually able to take a stance where someone says, hey, these videos help me answer these questions. Okay. Of course, the third one is always fun, copying. How do I figure out who's copying from whom, right? And again, this takes a very interesting thing because all of us are used to looking at a technology solution. Can I put a CCTV camera? Can I put this thing? Can I catch someone in the act? But can AI make a difference here? So one of the early projects that we are about to embark upon is a fraud detection module where we use AI techniques to learn between similarities in wrong answers and similarities in right answers to tell us with a high probability that A must have copied from B. And the last thing, again, goes back to this experimental framework. We truly believe that in order to know what works and what does not, we need to move towards what people recently won the Nobel Prize for, Esther Duflo and Abhijit Banerjee, on randomized controlled trials. They've in fact pioneered the work for saying that doing good in government need not be from people pretending to be experts and just kind of telling you what to do. We should not argue for subsidies or not subsidies on principle. We should see what works and what doesn't work. And this aligns with an AI mandate of being data-driven. So to be data-driven, we wanted to be experimental-driven in this particular context, which is use the 6,000 classrooms, show different content, learn about the content, show different questions, learn about the questions, learn the relationship between two concepts by saying, hey, people who answer concept A, are they also answering concept B? Or is concept A a parent concept for concept B? Not because it sounds like a parent concept, but because we find that people who don't answer concept A are not able to answer concept B. Now you know where to go tackle the problem with the student, right? And of course, ultimately, you want all of this to translate to recommendations. So if we can give targeted recommendations to students, to parents, to administrators, to teachers, that's what we seek to do. And so we're partnering with, we hope to partner with this. We already have an engagement and we are looking to start another engagement with the education department with CDAC, who will support us on the IT side while we work on the IIT Madras works on the analytics and AI side. So thank you. That's what I had for today.
Thank you once again, Dr. Nandan Sudarshanam. A very big hand once again for him, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Thiru PwC Davida, retired IAS and advisor TNeGA, Digital and Simplified Governance. We request you to please come and join us and do the guest of honors to Dr. Nandan Sudarshanam, please. Thank you, Davidar, and thank you, Nandan Sudarshanam, again joining with us. So we have the speaker today, Thiru Jibu Alice, Content and Research Lead at India Moderator. Jibu Alice is the Chief Architect and Research and Content Head of India, the National AL portal of the Government of India. Currently, Jibu also serves as the Content and Research Lead at NASCOM, where he lends his wide knowledge and insight into artificial intelligence in working towards building an unified ecosystem backed by the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together and welcome Thiru Jibu Alice to join us on the stage, and followed by panel discussion. I would like to introduce the moderators for the upcoming roundtable discussion about potential applications of artificial intelligence in governance. Along with Thiru, I would like to welcome Mr. Kumar, co-founder of LG Ventures. A very big hand for Mr. Kumar as well. And for Mr. Kevin George, Director, IAS Exhibitas. I would like to welcome Mr. Durga Prasad, Head AWS Solutions, Architecture, Public Sector. Mr. Raj Chirubai, CEO, Chennai Smart City. And we have virtually joining the other speaker, Dr. Naveen Ashish, Chief Data Science Officer, Inferlink Corporation. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. It's going to be last roundtable conference for the day. Thank you.
Mask and the glasses doesn't go well. I think many of you know that. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm so happy here moderating such an exciting panel, and I had a chance to speak with each one of them. I hope it will be an interesting roundtable. So let me introduce myself. My name is Jibu Elias. I am the Content and Research Head of India AI, which I think the lady who was speaking missed out. It's India AI, the National AI portal of Government of India, which is a joint initiative between the Ministry of Electronics and IT and NASCOM. So I have some slides. So, slides here. It's locked. Which one? Okay, cool. So it's not okay, a slight technical hiccup. Right. So I will give you a brief introduction about India AI. So it's a National AI portal of India. It was inaugurated on last year, May 30th, by then Honorable Minister for IT and Electronics, Shri Ravi Shankar Prasad. So India AI serve to bring a unified AI ecosystem in country. You know, like the conversation I had before with the TNeGA CEO a few hours back, that everything happens in silos. So many things are happening in this country. So many IITs are doing some brilliant work, but how do you bring all the stakeholders together? The government, the private sector, the startups, the academia. So India AI exists to ensure that happens. It's not showing up also. Should I push this? Okay, sure. So, so let me start with a story. I think it's afternoon. I think you will be interested in listening to a story. So it's 1884. We're talking about 150 years ago. There is this famous newspaper in UK called the Times of London. So they brought out a conference like this, you know, with the smartest people around the world from UK, US, Europe. So they asked each of them, what will happen in the next 50 years. They want to know how world will change in next 50 years. It's 1984 now. What will happen in 1930? So they were having roundtables like this, conferences like this, a lot of talking, and then they finally all came out with a conclusion. Can anyone of you guess what that conclusion was? Any suggestions how world will change in 1930? What did they guess? I think it's very difficult for you to guess. They suggested that the streets of London and Manhattan will be covered of horse dung till 3 stories height. The cities will drown in horse dung. That's what their prediction, because back then, horse-driven carriages were the main mode of transportation, right? Cities were full of horses. So they thought, you know what, if the number of horses are going to increase, the carriages are going to increase, it will be full of horse dung. So it's called the horse dung paradox, actually. But then what happened? In 1985, Carl Benz created the first automobile. And in 1912, in the city of New York, automobiles were more than the number of horse-driven cars. And by 1917, the last horse-driven streetcar ended its running in New York. So we are very bad in predicting our future. And the speed in which technology progress is quite impressive. So I will, speaking about future, I will give you, we are speaking about $1 trillion economy idea. So let me give a short startup pitch. That will be a $1 trillion business idea. Let me know how many of you will be interested in investing in this startup. So this is a startup that will happen in Mars when we colonize Mars. So here's the sort of startup. I'm reading the pitch. Here's the sort of startup that might go for it in Mars. One that makes money by taking advantage of local resources. For example, a startup that uses Martian atmosphere to make fertilizers or methane fuel. A startup that sells water from Martian polar ice caps. A startup that uses minerals from Martian soil. A startup that uses solar power from Martian sun. A startup that uses a new kind of solar panel that's more efficient at converting sunlight into electricity. Will you guys invest in such a startup if you have an opportunity? The pitch is solid. Will you? And no? Why so? Talking about a situation in Mars. The thing is, this is not written by a human. It is written by GPT-3, the famous AI NLP model of OpenAI. The prompt I gave was startup ideas for Mars. And it gave me a one-page, beautifully written prose, which I can then send it to investors and get money. So that's how technology has gone. And, AI is no longer a matter of future. As if we have, it's bringing a lot of positive influence and to numerous sectors and fields, whether it's healthcare, agriculture, education, or law and order. And coming to India, which is a very large nation, a country with a diverse set of population, geographical features, numerous challenges, whether it's social or economical. And this is where e-governance is critical, that for the well-being and the progress of the nation, importantly for empowering the people, especially those who are in the bottom of the pyramid, and to close the digital divide. Earlier this year, Nandan Nilekani pointed out that Digital India on the back of artificial intelligence is the future of e-governance in India. And like I said, it's not future, it's already here. When the COVID pandemic break out, and there is a lot of misinformation was spreading through social media, WhatsApp, all the other channels. The National E-Governance Division, the MyGov and NEGD, they created the MyGov Corona Help Desk, which was a chatbot powered WhatsApp tool. You can ask questions. It will tell you if it's a misinformation or what is the right precaution to take. That is one of the best evidence of AI-driven governance in our country. We have seen Telangana's real-time digital authentication of identity, which authenticate pensioners without any need for special hardware. We are seeing IUDX, the Urban Data Exchange, which is also taking a very good leap in the right direction. So we are seeing so many schemes of AI applied in citizen delivery and public safety. And importantly, coming to Tamil Nadu, like the complaint Balaraman sir made before. Yes, we didn't ignore the work that Tamil Nadu has done. For example, a few days back, I was speaking at the UNESCO's IGF conference. on AI policy. And what I mentioned there was the safety and ethical AI policy by Tamil Nadu, it's Deep Max scoring system, and importantly, the eParway app. So let me get to the panel who with an amazing set of people who will now, let me introduce them. So first we have Durga Prasad, head of AWS solution architecture for private sector. He's an industry veteran who works closely with the government. Raj Sherubal is here, CEO of Chennai Smart Cities. So smart cities are a essential component of how AI and IoT is going to influence our future. I think you don't need any introduction for Davidas sir, who has been a very prominent person here today, and who is the right person to speak about both governance and AI. Kumar Sachidanandam is a co-founder of Videology Ventures, and he has headed the startup incubator system in Madras University, and he has a lot of experience in the area. Now he's a consultant in AI. And Kevin George, he is the director at Expeditors, another person with a very diverse set of experience from IT to logistics, and finally, we will have Dr. Naveen Ashish. He is the Chief Data Science Officer of Interlink Corporation. He will be joining us through the virtual conference. So let me start with a question to Mr. Kumar. When we speak about governance, we have an image of everything happening very slow, turtle-like, snail-like. But I think he will have some idea. Can we make the government more proactive instead of reactive with the help of AI? I think he has slides.
So while he's setting up the presentation, first of all, many congratulations to the Tamil Nadu e-governance team for not only putting up a policy, strategy, acting on it, creating pilot projects, live projects, and then bringing all of us here on this platform to discuss about the future of artificial intelligence in e-governance. My company is called as Videology. It is a combination of Y plus idea plus technology. That's the intersection of many things. That's where the innovation happens. That's why we named it Videology. So if you look at e-governance, why e-governance has multiple pillars, but these are the most important pillars. The first one is the speed at which we can serve our citizens. And once you have the data collected, and once we have the platforms, it provides transparency. And as the transparency increases, the accountability comes. We know who has done what time, when, and who is supposed to respond or move the stage to the next stage and so on and so forth. And that builds trust. But of all these things, one thing that is lacking, and many of us always complain, the government is not proactive. They are reactive after the fact. And I believe that's exactly where the artificial intelligence and the technologies that are coming can help us out. So if you look at it, right, so we have many of the government systems are very good in data collection. So you go to any website, they give you a form, you fill in all the data. Data collection happens, and then they integrate this into your portal that gives you all the data. The officers look at the data, and they are able to get the insight based on the data that is there, and then they are able to make decisions. That's exactly how the systems work. But the minute you bring in artificial intelligence from data, you go into data extraction, and then that provides multiple benefits. Two of them are proactive insights and proactive decisions, because the algorithms can pull out the information, predict, forecast, and tell you what can happen and what need to be done. for this to happen, everybody talked about data is the fuel. We have enough data available. Who generates a maximum amount of data in the world? Mostly government. For an AI system to work, we need to have the availability of data, which the governments are working now, and they're collecting enough data. The diversity of the data, look at the government data, starting from agriculture to weather, to population, to health, to education, to income, to think about any amount of data that is there in the hands of government. The diversity of the data is available with the government. How good the data is, that's something that we need to, but when the data is there in the government, that's reasonably a better quality because they do a lot of validation before the data gets into the system. So therefore the quality is very high, but is it accurate? That reflects the ground reality? That's something we can question. And the quantity, the amount of data. So I believe we have all the inflection point for a proactive AI in the e-governance space. So what can AI do? It can understand, it can monitor, it can reason, it can predict, learn, improve. All these things can be done by using AI algorithms. Now quickly switch gears. How can we do all this? So in a nutshell, right? If you look at AI, these are the three things that you need to take away. One is you can implement intelligent systems by using rules. You can implement intelligent systems using machine learning. You can implement it using deep learning. These are the three ways by which we implement it. What are the opportunities in this? Prediction. Language processing. Many of us communicate through language, written, oral, right? So the systems can today have come to a state where we can understand what we do. And then vision, enough have been spread by the speaker from NVIDIA, how vision can actually improve the way we see things or the computer see things and how it can make sense of what the computer see. The speech. Speech has been one of my favorite topics, starting from speech to text translation, speech synthesis way back in 1980s when I was studying. These are the big opportunities. So if you look at the big opportunities, right, I would divide them into two parts. One is finding patterns. The second one is finding trends. So in finding patterns, we say, can we group things? I have a data. For example, I can group, there are women here, there are men here, there are seniors here, there are backbenchers there and things like that. Detecting, can I detect, okay, here is somebody who's actually walking, who's not. So detecting is the second one. And in terms of trends, forecasting and recommending. Forecasting is what might happen given the sense of data that we have and what can we do proactively. That's the finding trends, which are the two elements. Now, I don't want to step into this. It needs a little more time to explain. I'm going to skip this in the interest of time. But where AI's solutions can be envisioned, and Professor Ravindran beautifully said, the biggest danger in AI today is that rushing to implement before the technology is proven. But I believe these are the areas where technologies are reasonably proven and we can start using it. The first one, I think, documents. Someone talked about document, government has enough documents. So how can we take sense out of this document, extracting the content, classification of the content, summarizing of the content, and then use this to search and find out, oh, where is this policy that is around this and in which document? Minister talked about he has a mobile phone in which he has all the policy document. Has he got a way to search through the document and say, pinpoint a policy at a fingertip? That's what is the document management system I'm talking about. The fraud detection. We have enough data coming in, technical data, financial data, and there are ways we can pinpoint frauds while it is happening, before it is happening, so that we can make corrective action. That's another area that is doable today. Inquiry. If you look at the biggest amount of work as a citizen we need from government is inquiring. Where is my status on tax? Have I paid my corporation tax, property tax? How much should I be paying? Right? Electricity bill and so on and so forth. Your license, when is it expiring? So these are the things that normally citizens want to inquire. That is a bunch of our transaction of the government. So having natural language processing, bots, text to speech, putting all this together today, we can build solid solution that can respond to citizen queries. I can keep on. And another one, this is the equipment. The government is the biggest owner of the largest set of equipments in the world. The amount of equipment government owns is and the value of this, but then they also depreciate because of the maintenance and issues. Now, how can we create systems that monitor the equipment, measure the utilization of this equipment, and proactively predict the maintenance of this? And that's a beautiful, beautiful case study or use case that we can do today. And there are pieces of that already existing, and Smart City is actually doing a lot of work. And I can go on and on and on, but I'm going to switch this and talk a little bit one more step. So if you look at it, right, there are multiple ways of implementing this AI in e-governance for proactiveness. The first one is bespoke solutions. Today, that's what is probably the e-governance team is doing. Every scenario is an application. You build a small team, hand over to the team, because that funding may be coming from a ministry or a department within the government. And then the funding is allocated to the team, and the team builds an application. That's what we do most of the time. And that's a level one of the maturity model. But as you build these things, what happens is you start realizing the common minimum denominators. Look at it. Every department want to serve the government citizens and the department employees. So there is a necessary for bot. Bot is a common minimum denominator in every department, in every scenario. Can we build a SaaS-based platform that serves for every department? That means investment is done once, and every department can use this and provision it. That's a SaaS-based approach, which is the level 2 of the maturity. The last one, as you realize that, essentially you can't start with SaaS. You start with a bespoke solution, understand how this is working, find out the common minimum denominator, build a SaaS. Now, once you build a SaaS, now it's just not the department. Now look at Aadhaar, look at UPI. Every bank uses Aadhaar and UPI. Every citizen uses Aadhaar and UPI. There are private parties using those data integrated in their application. How do they do it? Aadhaar is now exposed as a service, as an API for others to consume. That is the next level of maturity. Now, these are the approaches that we need to take when it comes to implementation of AI-based solution. And when you do that, we move from speed to transparency, to accountability, to trust, and the ultimate proactive approach to solving our citizens through e-governance. And that's my point. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Kumar. That was a very good introduction into how AI can be used in e-governance. Now, using the ideas are not enough. How do you operationalize this technology to get the best out of it? For that, I'm asking Mr. Kevin to speak about the operationalizing part. As you know, Kevin is my person with a diverse set of experience from multiple industry, and he's a member of the IT Ministry's Future Council as well, who contributing a lot to the development of the state's IT ecosystem. Kevin, please.
I hope I have an AI who can control this light, because that's glaring, right? Unfortunately, light, you're not an AI. Good evening. Good evening, TNeGA friends, Mr. Vijay, Mr. Bala, thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I would all ask you to clap yourself, because you've been a wonderful, wonderful participants for the full day. It's not easy to sit in a conference like this, where people see, that is what I call augmented intelligence. Intelligence, human, working, solving the problem, right? Before I step into some of my notes, I just want to highlight, just rewind back 20 years back. If you put the Fortune 100 companies 20 years back, you could make a list. If you do a Google search, you will know all the list of Fortune 100 companies 20 years back. And today in 2020, if we do the Google search and compare the Fortune 100 companies today and what it was in 2000, you'll see a variety of difference. What you might have seen or what you might notice is pretty much 95% of entering into the Fortune 100 will be the technology accelerators, primarily the companies who have excelled in products or the platform. And also we all know Apple, Microsoft, Google, they are the first ones to get into the $1 trillion market cap, and now they are surpassing the $2 trillion market cap as well. Now, if I have to predict what is going to happen in the next 20 years, maybe some of us may be alive, and all of us will be alive for sure. 2040, we will see in the same Fortune 100, I'm predicting that we will have at least 50-60% of the companies who have done incubators and accelerators on the artificial intelligence. That's the kind of the scope the AI is driving, and that is the kind of the scope the AI will actually eventualize in the coming years. Little bit, I want to go and explain in a very traditional way, because we have professors from IIT and a lot of educationalists also. We are here. Very simple formula what we followed in our school days and college days, right? Inputs, process, and output. I just want to put the entire AI context in the governance in this 3 simple process. So if I have to talk about inputs, I'm sure today, your head might be whirling around because data, everybody talk about data. Bear with me, I'm also going to talk about data. I think data has become not only the foundational, that has become the core component if you have to do anything. If you do not have any data, you cannot build anything. So that has become not only the foundation as a core component. But now what happens is there are 2 key components, sub-components to it. One is the accuracy of the data. What happens, Professor Nandan was talking about today, a lot of people, very excited to do a lot of artificial intelligence project because this word is a buzzword. Even this is a buzzword in the venture capitalists. If you go and say that, Kevin.ai, I'm actually doing a human AI work, I need $10 million investment, there is a huge possibility that you will get an investment onto it because the buzzword that AI drives. But what is the foundational element is again the data. A lot of times what we miss is we do not spend time in collecting, curating, and collaborating the data elements. So 2 things are very important, the accuracy of the data and the completeness of the data. If you have 10% accuracy, your output will also be 10%, which is useless and meaningless. If you have an accuracy of at least 70-80%, the output, what Dr. Neeraj talked about, the decision intelligence, that will be purposeful, meaningful for you to make the right decision. So primarily accuracy and the completeness of data and any project that you are doing, that's very important. 3 other elements is about data structuring, data segmenting, and data sequencing. A lot of time, again, the developers or the engineers, their core motive is to get into the coding and try to put a model, because they want to show in next 3 months something working, phonetically very well and making everybody happy. But my suggestion is always when you engage in a project, if it is a 90-day project, you spend 80 days in the data part. 10 days is enough for you to crack the code and bring, because there are a lot of low code, no code configurable components available today. There are a lot of open AIs available that can actually build the engine if we have the data segmented and properly structured and properly sequenced. Now, big data is a big thing that you all talked about. Today, the big data is actually getting diminished into small data. So today, because of the trends and the movement that is happening in the artificial intelligence arena, the small data and the wide data are the core component and essential, because like he talked about, my previous speaker talked about the speed, agility. To achieve that, you need a small chunk of data. And wide data primarily talks about the variability. So you can expand the scope and improve the quality of the outcome. So these are some of the essential inputs before you even actually evangelize or get into any of the work that you do in the process of technology. So primarily, I don't want to say these are those, buzzwords: artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, Internet of Things, because Internet of Things produces a lot of data. We have around 80-90 million people in the state. Approximately, if you put 4.5 per person, devices. The devices could be usage of your machine, laptop, mobile, your smart TV, and all that, right? So already in this state, what we have is close to around 320 million devices actually generating data every day, which is again, billions of data is getting generated every day. And predictive analytics. And primarily, I want to talk about the key three trends that is actually shaping, and that is going to shape the artificial intelligence the next wave. The first, I want to talk about the composite AI. Some of the speakers previously, they also touched upon some of the case studies aligned to the composite AI. I will give a very high level view because of the time limit what we have. Composite AI primarily focus on the combining applications and using all those AI techniques together. It could be machine learning, it could be your traditional methods, it could be your graph analysis, all that AI techniques in a combination way you can use. And primarily that deals with the small data. And also it expands the scope to improve the efficiency of the outcome through a semi-supervised kind of a learning environment. That's again, that's one other buzzing thing that's happening in today's market. And that will be an essential for us from an e-governance perspective. The second is about the generative AI, which is very, very important and very key thing because it actually allows and uses billions and billions of data in terms of tokens and data sets and actually creates new content, new images based on the existing data sets, whatever it has. Primarily, it has around three sections, we call GANs, like generative adversarial networks, neural networks. And it works on, again, subdivisions of, one is kind of more of a generator, which generates a new data. Another is a discriminator. It discriminates the source data versus the new data and gives that the original content. And Dr. Neeraj spoke about in the morning about some of the transformers. And this is going to actually really transform, generative pre-trained transformers, GPT we call. It has actually changing the game in the AI. Now, today we are in the GPT-3. It is using nearly 500 billion token data sets from an algorithmic perspective and learning perspective. And predominantly what they're now guessing and predicting is, if it goes for the GPT-4 and GPT-5, we don't need any domain knowledge. I think GPT-4 and GPT-5 can actually do a lot of work across the domain centric. And also variational auto encoders, that's other layer in the generative. And responsible AI primarily talks about, and again, morning we had a lot of sessions about the biasness, how we can actually eradicate the biasness, how we can actually bring fairness into the data, because sometimes, a lot of data is getting injected. It will always have a biasness into the data. So this will help to eradicate those biasness and bring a lot of fairness and trust, transparency, as well as the safety, security, and the data protection, which is a very, very key component. Now, these are the three things which are actually taking a very, very positive shape and trending from an AI perspective: the composite AI, the generative AI, as well as the responsible AI. Now, having said that, what is more essential is about the data protection, because a lot of people talk about the data, but the important component today, what is happening is the data privacy, data protection, and the cyber resilience. The amount of input, whatever we are actually spending on collection of the data, the same amount of effort and commitment that need to be provided in terms of the securing the data, what we are actually transmitting, because the individual's data becoming in the public, actually that is actually creating a lot of challenge in the market as well. The data protection, data privacy, and cyber security. And more important aspect is about the awareness. If I look from a consumer point of view, right, I'm a consumer. I'm not worried about, I'm a common man. I'm going to a shop or I'm going to an e-seva center. I'm not worried about all the technology elements, what you're using. For me, what is important is, number one, I used to stand for 5 years in the queue. Can I get my work done in 5 minutes? That is the success of this technology, right? The efficiency that it drives. And can I get all the data if I'm going for a service in a e-seva center or any other centers, the government service center? Can I get it in an accurate form? I do not need to come for the recorrection or some modifications or duplications, right? That is where the experience. So the efficiency, the experience, and primarily the ease of service and empowerment, ultimately the results that achieve. These are the core areas, because all the technology has to be encapsulated. It should not be shown outside. What the consumers need to feel is about efficiency, the experience, and the ease of the service, as well as they feel that I'm empowered, right? I don't need to go and stand in the queue or need to pass 10 different offices. I can touch a button, use my speech recognition. I can actually derive the service in a single touch or in a contactless mode of operations. And I have 5 suggestions primarily. So I think one is, we have a lot of government functions and government departments, right? Now, with the technology element, there is always an opportunity to integrate all the services. right? One person from an individual point of view, I may have to interface with multiple government departments, multiple government functions, or variety of services. Should I need to go and hop between those departments, or should I need to actually go through in a single one source of mechanisms? That is how this integration of services that comes to greater play. And huge appreciations for the TNeGA for their primarily the facial recognition program, what they're doing, the voice recognition, and Ullavan app. There's a lot of next level of things. These are like tested, proven. Now the next is about scaling it forward, how we can actually use the facial recognition, what you have tested in the government schools and some other areas. Can that be a product into the entire Tamil Nadu ecosystem? Even the private sectors can also actually subscribe your model and use it. Can you take the lead and deliver the product to the entire state? AI systems to govern infrastructure. I want to rightly time, Professor Nandan has come back. So I want to put a challenge to IIT team saying that, today the waterlogging is a big problem, right? Every year we are going through that, every year going through some of the challenges, and it actually kind of became a kind of a repeated issue. Can there be a one solution, a permanent solution? Can the technology solve the solution? Right? Can we have AI nodes, completely take the perimeter and the graphical representation of the state as well as the city, and have use those sensors, IoT devices, and have those AI nodes? It collects a lot of data. We have CCTVs across the entire city. Can that image is captured, run through the algorithm, through those models, and able to predict, saying that what is actually really causing it, or able to predict much in advance, saying that these are the costs that is going to come in, prepare and prevent it in a much better way. Can that be a case study that I'm really putting forward to the IIT team, as well as to a lot of entrepreneurs who you're here, right? You can actually take a challenge to resolve the infrastructure challenges, what actually the city is facing, as well as the state is facing, as well as resolving the institutional problems. So many kids related crimes today are happening, right? Again, can we have a sensors in every school? If a kid is having a problem, red button, green button, whatever presses the button, AI models and algorithms sitting in a centralized zone, it analyzes it and puts into a solution. It connects directly to the nearest police station and provides a quick contact, so that before the kid is getting harassed or whatever the challenge is happening to that particular kid, the corrective action can be taken. Because reaction and reactive is good. We are very good in reactive methodology, but how we can actually be very proactive and prevent, because today we do not know how many other harassments and other social issues are happening in that. And individuals, primarily, it talks about the fraud detection, as well as also mention about social smart policing. I think it's a very important one, and there are a lot of other mechanisms and tools that are available to actually make sure a good environment-free and a good governed citizen. Quickly, I'll talk about the AI models to monitor government schemes. There are a lot of schemes actually goes in. How many people are aware of it? How it is actually getting utilized by the people? And collection of dues. There are so much dues could be a good revenue generating mechanism for the government itself using those AI models. And I want to, because of the time limit, I just want to touch upon one thing. Sometimes we provide solution may not be the right solution for the people, may not be the right solution for the citizen. Can we use an AI model or AI system, first of all, number one, to collect the problem? Is there a way where people can voice out their problem through the systems? The systems do all those data aggregation and pattern the input, whatever that is coming in, and puts to the heads of the department, say that these are the top 5 problems, right? Because what are the percentage of the people have seen? It could be the data source could be multiple. It could be the on-field collection or image processing, or it could be in observation. Multiple various ways of collecting those data. That I would leave that with the note. And not one of the last thing I had was AI in agriculture. I think everybody talked about it, and that is the biggest opportunity, because if you go and check our GDP contribution, right? And today we are like 18% of the GDP. But if you go back and check maybe a couple of decades before, what was our GDP? So it's like kind of a declining on that agriculture, but agriculture is a backbone for the GDP. And for Tamil Nadu also, it's like a 13%. There is a significant opportunity on this space to elevate and improve the number that also help to achieve that honorable CM's overall vision of that $1 trillion economy. I will stop here and thank you. Maybe I'll just play this one. not playing. It's a little old video, but it's a very powerful video.
I think it's a very meaningful video. I think this is where the real power of AI lies in, right? Empowering people who are unprivileged or who don't have the right access or the tools like others. So while this video is playing, let me call the next speaker, Mr. Durga Prasad, who is with AWS. He has decades of experience in the industry with Microsoft AWS, and he will explain how machine learning and cloud technology can make governance more effective, faster, and better. Please.
Thanks, everyone. I think I'm like one of the folks who are just between you and the tea break, before this panel completes. So I will take about quickly, 5 minutes, not to talk more than what I'm supposed to. I'm from Amazon Web Services, work with governments and in India, and have had a chance to work with a lot of state departments, local governments to understand the requirements there. So I hope to be able to share some of the learnings in the actual Q&A. So just to give you context and observation, I've had a chance to look at the AI ethical policy that Tamil Nadu has, and it's a tremendous effort, and congratulations on that effort last year. And one of the things they mentioned was it's a $13 trillion economy, or the opportunity for the AI, according to McKinsey. Out of that, according to Accenture, almost like a 10% of it, or actually, close to about 7 to 8% is actually very close to is a public sector based one, the government based one. If you look at we all know about AI, and with the advent of machine learning, it went from an aspirational technology to one of the mainstream one very, very fast. And it became, especially in the last few years or 5 to 6 years, is because of the advent of cloud computing, because we have unlimited compute and unlimited data available that you could access, and then you'll be able to make some appropriate decisions on it. Now, here are some of the use cases that you all know in different departments, in different ones. Everybody talked about the key pillars like health, education sectors, and the public safety is another, transportation, aviation, and financial inclusions, grants. We've seen in India, the state departments have been using machine learning to be able to make things better. Especially the kind of transformation happened during the last 2 years by the government departments is much, much faster than the previous years. So there are a few advantages of the last 2 years, but I will not get into those specific ones. So while we talk about some of those applications, there are some challenges as well. I want to acknowledge those as well. One is, of course, the demand of government services is rising, right? But the availability of the resources and efficiency is not keeping up to pace. So there's a bit of a slowness. There is a speed that is required. The second piece is about the citizens are increasingly demanding the services in a more advanced way, whether in terms of payment, whether in terms of, as Mr. Kevin mentioned, nobody wants to stand in line for 30 minutes or 2 hours. Everybody wants to get it done on their mobile phone. And with the number of the mobile revolution that we have, and especially the ethical policy that mentions no citizen should be left out in actually delivering the services. To be able to do that, AI or the machine learning will play a key role, but will not be the only technology that's going to be taking us there. Obviously, everything put together, including the ML, would add a lot of value. The third one is about the aging infrastructure that we all know. I will not go into details about it, but to be able to gather the information the right way in the right format, you need to be able to have right procurement methods to be able to get those aging infrastructure to become up to speed on those. The fourth one is about the complexity or the lack of clarity on what the data classifications or the data privacy really mean, data sovereignty really mean, how do we protect it, and how do we actually have the auditability in place. These are all things that are really important. Sometimes not knowing what to do is also kind of delays the whole policies. Then the last one is about the risk-averse culture, like bit of inertia in responding to the change and how we need to address it. Sometimes we want to see the new problems with that old mindset or traditional mindset. So we need to be able to change the way that we're thinking to be able to adapt to the new ways of doing things. I think these are some of the things that we've observed, and then we've seen how some of the governments actually adapting well and then moving forward. But if we actually look at those, if there are any way, I think every state and every local government will be able to act faster. Now, there is a lot of hype about AI that everybody knows about. A lot of buzzwords, even the ethical policy talks about why it is a buzzword and a lot of times, right? But yeah, as you all know, and I'm going to repeat it again, machine learning or AI is not a magic bullet. It is not something that is going to be applied for everything and anything. It is just another tool, but something that happened to be doing much better, much more efficient, and much more cheaper. That humanly not possible in the past, or maybe used to take about decades, or maybe years, or months, or hours, is now taking much, much less than that. So we need to understand what its limitations are. We need to understand where it is successfully used and how to apply that. If we knew about it, then I think we can apply it better. If we do not know about it, then we're going to be spending time on iterating and POCs, proof of concepts, will not go further on it. So I just want to highlight those 4 high-level top use cases in the state and local government at a broad category. The past 4 or 5 sessions I've seen will all kind of come under these 4. One is about this conversational AI, whether it's about speech or the language. And we all speak English. We all speak Tamil. We also speak Tinglish. Tamil plus English. Now, if you're going to be applying this conversational AI and then speak to it, sometimes the other one would not understand what we're talking about. So how do we actually make it more personalized to the state so that even the citizen who could not speak more than what the person could speak in 1 language or 2 languages would still be able to talk to them and have the chatbots and have the other mediums of ways in which you can communicate. Similarly, the intelligent document processing, it's really about everyone talked about how the forms are getting filled. I think on an average, maybe Sir can actually correct me. I was talking to one of the IRS officers in the past, and on an average, that person actually signs about 400 signatures a day. I don't know if it's true or not, but some departments may be having that high number. Now you can say, how do I improve the efficiency? Can I reduce the number of signatures so that I can increase the quality of correcting it and make sure we are not losing anything important? Or can we actually improve it better? So the technology can help there. Some of those manual things that we could do, you could actually now with AI, with the OCR++ services, you can actually do it a lot more better with the PHI data, with the personally identifiable data that you have, the security that you're talking about, that the machine learning can help you be able to classify them appropriately so that you can actually do it much faster, which is now not possible. Computer vision, I will not talk about it because there is enough data and enough knowledge here that how much exactly can be done. I think Mr. Raj can actually talk a lot about the how smart cities can actually leverage that a lot, or in the public safety teams. And the predictions insights, that's a whole lot of segment in terms of predictions. Professor actually talked about the education one. How can I get better insights about a student so that I can intervene
the possibilities of the failure rate, if I know beforehand, maybe I would have a chance to be able to intervene and help the student to be able to, get better in the next semester and of the semester. So that is one use case in education. Or there's so many other use cases there that you could talk, from weather to disaster management and other areas. So that's where I'm going to just stop there, and we can talk more in details in the Q&A discussions. But just want to leave you with the thing that ML is not a silver bullet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Durga. That's a very insightful talk. It's a very quite interesting panel with the right mixture. So I now invite Mr. Raj for his take on role of AI in smart city. Can you get that mic on?
So I usually have a colorful PPT, but this time I didn't because I figured the topic is AI. And so I'll thank you first of all for inviting me, and I'll put it from a perspective of as representing the Chennai Corporation. AI or not AI is not the issue. I think ultimately quality of life is the issue. I keep saying that every time I go to Barcelona or some city, I don't go around looking for cameras or IoT device. So all I'm enjoying is the pollution-free environment. I can walk on a footpath. Nobody's honking behind me and running over me with their car, and so on and so forth, right? That's all 99% of the people want in life. IoT device, etc., like tools, hammer, sickle, screwdriver, it's just a tool, right? Today it's AI, yesterday it was blockchain, etc. But the issue is, how do we improve the quality of life? Number one. Second thing is, see, if you compare yourself to Barcelona or a Hong Kong or a Tokyo and so on, they had decades, if not centuries, to get there where they went to. Unfortunately for India, and we are in a very bad shape as far as Indian cities are concerned, and I'm saying this with sadness, with no joy. I've traveled a lot, and every time I travel and I come back, I feel pretty sad. I mean, even though I have this job, by the way, it's one of the funnest job in the world. But for various reasons, this is not an urban seminar. So Indian cities are in so very, very bad shape. Let me put it in a very simple term. Any sector you take, we have very little idea what we're doing, right? From simple footpath to whatever you want to talk about. Whether you want to plant a tree, I'm pretty sure you can't go to Singapore and just go plant a tree just because you thought you're an environmentalist, right? They'll chase you away. Here, anybody can go plant a tree anywhere, right in the middle of the footpath. You destroy the footpath, you make sure nobody can walk on the footpath, and you plant a tree right in front of a gigantic tree, right? You've done your part. You're an environmentalist, you planted a tree, but you made sure that nobody can walk, and the tree is going to go off like this, which means the constable has to someday cut the tree down because it's hitting the bus or something. I'm talking about from a simple thing of planting a tree to sophisticated command and control center. We have great difficulty doing things because the capacity of the city is very, very low. Let's start with that. Now, we can't keep crying about it seminar after seminar. As in this job itself, I've attended probably thousands of such seminars, right? Everywhere we cry, have chai and go home. We cry again the next seminar, and one day it's NASCOM seminar, next day it's CIA seminar, otherwise something else. The point is, how are we going to improve? So I'm a big believer in 80-20 rule. We have very limited staff, very limited money, we have very limited capacity, etc., etc. We can't, I'll give you a simple example, potholes. Our city is full of potholes, yeah? If commissioner were to come and ask any one of us, look, I have only so much money, tell me the top 100 or 1,000 pothole in the city, which is causing the most damage to the citizen, accidents, whatever it may be. As much as we talk about AI, machine language, etc., we'll still go to Excel spreadsheet, we'll send zone, letter on a bow, அவருக்கு மனசுல என்ன தோணுதோ அதை he'll put and send, சார் இந்த ரொம்ப முக்கியமான pothole சார் இதை first பண்ணுவோம், because he doesn't, what else is he supposed to do? So we can talk as much as we have millions of cameras across Chennai. Tell me how many cameras are able to pick up the pothole, and we are able to do that, by the way. Okay, and the punchline is we are able to do some of it in command and control center. But my point is, if you're the commissioner of the city, and Mr. Davidar, I'm pretty sure can tell better than anybody in this room, you will run away out of frustration, because all of us, we got all the theory right. But finally, when Mr. Davidar or somebody comes and says, "Sir, konjam sollunga, endha portal fix panna nalla irukum sollunga," we have no idea, right? Floods, for example, in the middle of the night, we'll be calling each other saying, "Unga kitta, sir, motor irka, rendu motor irundha oru motor indha pakka anupunga." Why isn't that we are not able to say, naliki meteorology guy says 1 millimeter rain varapodhu, flooding is going to be here. Advance of flood, anga 100 HP motor, inga 25 HP motor, thanni has to go from here to there. Why? Because earlier crowdsourcing says flood anga irundhu inga thanni varano, median tappa kattirukanga, which means this side is flooded, that side is dry, right? Sometimes it's not global warming that is causing the flood. Sometimes it's sheer engineering stupidity. Okay, many reasons, let's say. The point is, we don't have time to typical analysis, typical consultant will say, "Sir, city full study panni, LiDAR survey panni, contour survey panni, appada enala solla mudiyum, Kosasthalayarla irundhu indha pakkam thanni varudhu." Is there a better crowdsourced way of saying, "Look, don't worry about Kosasthalayar. Mylapurla inga pona vaati vandhudu, 2015 anga ella vandhudu. We know water is flowing from here to there. Just dig a hole here, dig a short-term solution, medium-term solution, and then of course, long-term solution, right?" So the good news is that at least some attempts are happening. TNeGA is doing a bunch of things. You're welcome to come to Command and Control Center under Ribbon Building. It'll look like a James Bond movie, like, big screen, in the mari periya screen la vechi, we'll be showing you all kinds of dazzling stuff, right? It's a start. Again, commissioner comes and asks, we'll blink. Actually, myself and my team, we blink because we don't have an answer. Adukku pinnadi artificial intelligence irukku. Each of our 500 camera is an edge, 600 camera is edge analytics camera. So if you come there, I can show you that on the subway, when the water goes up, it'll send an alert, right? Garbage bin full aidichinaka, we can send an alert. But what happened to the alert? Alert anupidom, because that's the RFP says alert anupunga. Alert has gone to somebody, but that doesn't mean the army moved and the machinery moved. And in fact, the officials came and asked us, "Seri, alert poidichu, 10 maniki alert poidichu, 1 mani aidichu, ippo appadithan irukku, enna aachu?" My point is, we have the bits and pieces in place, right? Now we need to get to the next level where we are saying, look, simple example. We're going to be flooded with data. We got a intelligent transportation system. It's a 900 crore project, etc. We'll be drowning in data in the coming few years. Already we are. So simple example of the subway getting flooded, the camera picks up and says, "Hey, it's getting flooded." Today, the mechanism is to say, "Sir, ninga poi andha motor on pannunga." That's the way it is right now, right? It takes only one step forward to say, automatically the motor will start, right? And why should the water go that direction? Because we have some intelligence taking some satellite image terrains, etc. to say water should go that direction, in the pakkam pannadinga, andha pakkam pannunga, right? And so on and so forth. I can go on and on like this, but the point is the bits and pieces are there. Frustration for people like me, and I'm sure many of us, is that getting some use case SOPs done is extremely difficult. So what we have actually done as a positive step is that, and I can see Nandan sitting here. So a few things we are doing. So in this command and control, we're trying to get all the data possible from various departments, internally, externally, IoT device, Excel spreadsheet, whatever it may be, right? From weighing machine of the garbage, everyday garbage thing, garbage truck going round and round. They have a J-track. I saw the person here who was, there he is. His GPS tells us where the garbage drums, trucks are going. So theoretically, if the complaints are coming from there, if the 1913 complaints are coming, sir, kuppa bayangarama irukku, so intelligence should be able to tell us that the bus, the truck guy is not going there and picking, or we're not making multiple trips there to clean the thing. Okay, whatever that may be. So what we are saying is that we're taking all that data and we're trying to put it into an open data portal, number one, right? Because all of us, consultants, NGOs, academics, we spend all our life running in circles looking for data. Even though everybody talks about big data, small data, the problem is that data is sitting somewhere. Nobody will give it to you. Or that person itself doesn't know the data is sitting there. Like, so every consultant I watch, they spend 6 months running in circle, collecting the same data the other guy has collected. So the first step, what we're trying to do is, and this is where TNeGA can also help us, is to, it doesn't matter the same cloud, same database and all that, you will get the data. It's all there. It's all on the website, number one. Our underlying piece of software is Trinity in the command and control center. They have machine language, artificial intelligence. So what I've told them is that On our website, we could give you machine language tools. So an IIT student can take children data, et cetera, data, play with it as much as you want. And that's not my business or my team. My job is something else. But they could come back and say, you know what, we can predict which child is going to drop out, which pothole is causing that child to drop out, which tree is going to fall because mosquitoes were breeding over there, or whatever the artificial intelligence is supposed to do, which my brain can't pick up. And this is the 80-20 rule that is going to help us make our life better with the limited resource that we have. And we have a MOU right now. We have started with IIT, and this is open to anybody for that matter, and you and others. I think MX is very interested in data and machine language and so on. So with IIT, we're hoping that we will throw all the data out there. You come and help us figure out what the problems are and try to help us fix it. We can only give you case studies. So it's a bunch of case studies very quickly I'll give you. We, believe it or not, in Chennai, we have restored 210 water bodies. It's probably a world record, right? It's just amazing. In the last 2, 3, 4 years, we fixed 210 water bodies, 50, 60 temple tanks, and a 25-hectare Vilivakam tank, etc. It used to be a sewage dump where today you can see pelicans landing. And our problem today is the underground is full. Few years ago, when we were kids, I'm sure Mr. Davidar can attest to this. Water body groundwater is getting overused was the problem. Today, it's actually underground water is full because of various reasons. Because of thanks to various people who have done rainwater harvesting and all that. Now, so water body has been fixed. A lot of people used to come and say, why are you wasting time fixing water body? Tirupati is going to get destroyed anyway. Why bother, right? So in every such seminar, including TNeGA seminar, in fact, we've spoken to TNeGA a few times, is to say, you can't expect an engineer to go keep taking picture of water body every day, right? We can all talk about public participation as much as possible. But imagine, let's assume a thug is encroaching the water body. Would you go to police station and complain against this guy? You won't. There's a limit to how much public can do, right? Yes, we are trying to do Facebook, Twitter, and saying, go have chai near the water body, bring public to walk around the water. Allah okay. But is there a drone way? Is there a satellite way to do image processing and saying, look, this rectangle seems to be becoming a circle. Somebody is screwing around with this water body, right? Is there a way for the drone to land, take water sample and say, immediately say, you know what, his factory is doing something here. Or now I heard Xylem, there's a company called Xylem which is into water. They have buoys or robots that go into the water body. It'll map everything and tell you all the water condition, etc., etc. Exactly. So unless we do such things, so for example, there's no way we're going to check every bridge 24 hours a day to see if the bridge is okay. There are drones which can go underneath, look up and look sideways and all that. Project management, right? There is project management tools are not there for us to begin with. But even if you do e-doc and this and that, which is very important, by the way, I mean, that'll make a huge difference. Is there a way for, if let's say, for example, if Mr. Davidar is a commissioner, is there a way for drones to go to the site and show him what the work has been done, right? Otherwise, it's just the engineer say, "Nalla poitrukku sir, 20% munjichu sir." How do you know? How do you know it's actually happening? So my point is technology, not for the sake of technology, but to get out of this pretty spectacular mess we are in. Every city, I mean, Chennai is much better off compared to other cities, but we still have a long way to go, and it's a struggle to improve stuff. So the question is, I'm giving you an open challenge to all of you. Come to Chennai Corporation. You can sit in our office. We have the fancy chairs and tables there. Take all the data you can. If we don't have the data, we'll put a gun to somebody and see if we can get the data for you. But the point is, take a few topics like this, which are burning questions, and see if you can actually tell the commissioner, sir, we know top 100 potholes. We know exactly, and Arthavati, if you have 100 rupees to tar the road, we can tell you exactly where to tar the road. Don't believe the zonal officers, etc. We'll tell you exactly why. How much accident will be reduced, how many, neck will be saved, etc., etc. if you fix these potholes in the market. So I'll stop there. The problems are infinite, but technology may be able to help us kind of catch up with some of the other worlds. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Raj sir, for that very candid talk. And I'm really glad to know that you apply principles like the Pareto principle, which is the 80-20 rule, right? It says 20% things will result in 80% course, and rest of the 80% things will only result in 20% because of that principle in economics. Now we're moving to Dr. Naveen Ashish, who will be joining us through the BC.
Okay, and let me share my, thank you very much. Let me share my screen here. Okay, and can you see my slides, please? Hello? Is the screen share working?
Yes, it's working, sir. You can,
thank you.
You can carry
Thank
on.
you. Thank you very much. Yeah. So delighted to talk a bit about some of our work. You know, I'm relating to some of the work that we have done with various government agencies in the past few years, where I think there will be applications in e-governance, and part of this relates to a talk that I gave at TNeGA almost 2 years ago. But you know, some of the work that we've been doing in these, I've selected out 4 different areas, has evolved from there. So the 4 areas that I have are in very different categories. They are the areas of national preparedness, where you know, it's about using AI and data processing techniques for preparedness for you know, natural disasters and vulnerability assessment. I want to talk about one successful application in the area of law enforcement, and particularly the idea of using data mining to help with the law enforcement applications. The third area comes from, it actually started off from our work in the mobile health area, but then it went on to some very interesting applications for situational awareness and citizen safety. So I'd like to talk about that. And finally, the area of discovery empowerment, where it is all about using AI for data mining large volumes of text data that are found in research papers. So again, a bit of context as to, you know, how, you know, why am I talking about all this? So, you know, the company that I'm with, Infalink, we've been around for the last 10, 11 years, and we primarily do AI R&D for the US government, so various agencies. And most of the projects that come our way, you know, they are funded by different agencies in defense, homeland security, health, etc. So the applications are meaningful, and I think that's why there would be a synergy when, you know, this theme of e-governance came about. That's the reason for you know, picking projects from these 4 broad areas. So in the limited time that I have, let me try and give a glimpse of you know, what I mean by each of these. So the project and now it is a system for vulnerability assessment. This came about from the thrust here in the government in building resilient communities. And what we mean by resilient communities is the one of the very first things that you need for developing resilience is to be able to assess your vulnerability. And this could be vulnerability to many different kinds of things, like, you know, disasters, wildfires, power issues. Supply chain is a big issue now. And I will take one of them that we went into in detail and depth. What we did in this process, of course, was, you know, build out like some very general purpose vulnerability assessment infrastructure. But the basic idea is very simple, which is, can I take publicly available sources of information, just available on the open internet, and come up, you know, integrate information from them, do whatever analytics, visualization that I need to do, and come up with an assessment of the threat to my community or the vulnerability assessment. And one very specific application that we picked, and this is of strategic interest, is vulnerability to heat. simply because, year after year, heat waves have been increasing in the country. And there are many communities where there are populations, out in rural areas, or where you have senior people living, sometimes with no air conditioning, etc., where people actually die of this year to year, right? And so the graph that you see here, the red areas are the ones that we finally identified as communities which are especially vulnerable to heat waves. But how we assembled this is from very simple, again, open internet sources like weather data, tree coverage data that we have from NCDC and NOAA, basic demographic data like the age, gender of people that we get off government websites, and other data like socioeconomic status, characteristics of housings and dwellings, and we integrate all of that and are able to come up with this kind of a vulnerability index, which is at a very, very fine-grained level. So initially the work started out from, it was motivated by, the New York metropolitan area. And we went down to analyzing this at the block level, right? So this is work in the area of vulnerability assessment, threat assessment. I'll go on to the second one and give a glimpse of the work that we did in, for the support of law enforcement. The basic problem is, and this is something that again started out as a research project, but it is something that was eventually deployed to the Los Angeles Police Department, which is in the area of human trafficking. And what is the problem? One specific problem is that these human traffickers, and these are people, trafficking underage young women and doing all kinds of bad things, but they're using public websites to kind of bait people, and the dealers kind of communicate this way with day-to-day websites like Craigslist, for example. And you're going to find their information and communication on these public websites. And our goal was, can you use AI? Can you use data mining to actually figure out the bad guys from these kinds of communications? So this would be a talk by itself. But the basic work involved from the AI perspective, one was information extraction from these websites. So you have some communication going on, somebody's talking about a child, or some other conversation going on about an escort, for example. You're able to pick out these attributes, but it doesn't stop there. Can you actually correlate information from multiple websites and say, this person posting this thing on Craigslist is the same person, the same guy that we have in our crime records database, or it's a person that we are going to watch out for? Okay, so I'm oversimplifying this for the lack of time, but using this, going through these different websites, synthesizing the information, and then finally doing this link analysis that these two people are actually the same, right? We were able to identify suspects, that are doing activities of these kinds using these publicly available websites. And now in a more mature form, the incarnations of the system are actually deployed at various police departments, and they are being used to identify suspects. So it has some good real world use. The third application I want to talk about, it actually stepped from our work in the mobile health area. I will not talk about that, but leave it as, this was like many mobile health applications. We also started out developing, mobile health applications in particular conditions like post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and other applications. But from there, we evolved to something for situational awareness, which is basically, you're monitoring the information, you're using your phone as a source of information. And can I look at those patterns and raise alerts when somebody is in trouble? The very specific context that this came about was in the context of alcohol-related incidents, which are unfortunately, like there are like unfortunately high frequency in the US. But the simple idea was that if I could have mobile phones and also, alcohol bracelets where I can measure these levels on students or, people who sort of might have a tendency to get into trouble, can I use that information and can I also integrate it with information about their location, their current activity, where they might be, their trajectory of movement, and raise an alert as someone is heading for trouble, like as someone is heading towards a violent incident or sexual assault or, in a situation where they might actually cause some great physical harm to themselves. So the basic idea again being that you have information coming from different sources, which is your phone, your bracelet, you're marrying it with information from other publicly available databases like geolocation, what kind of location the person is at, current information like traffic information, weather information, and you can mine these patterns and raise alerts, when somebody is about to get into a completely unwanted situation. And the whole point being sufficiently in advance so you can prevent that undesirable event from happening. And when I was at TNeGA like a couple of years ago, we did have some conversations about could platforms and applications like this be used in applications like women's safety for real-time monitoring and real-time alert triggering from the data that you're getting. The last application I want to talk about is also quite unlike the three others. And this stemmed from our work in the machine reading of research literature. So this is one of the, I would say, hottest AI applications in the last 3 or 4 years. Our initial customers of this technology was the pharmaceutical companies and the life sciences community companies. And what we have was a deep learning based machine reading engine where we were reading information from the abstracts from hundreds of thousands of research papers on a topic, just the abstract. And we were able to create databases of clinical outcomes. So, we would go in and read the text in the abstract and basically parse it out, so if it says that, the application of this drug or this vaccine was applied to this cohort of 1,800 patients, and out of this, this was the outcome, we were able to extract out all those details with a very high accuracy, create very clean databases. And this is something that we were selling to pharmaceutical companies, but that work evolved into applications of national security. And one of the very interesting applications that we've had in the last 2 years is actually using this technology for the purpose of mining papers about pathogens and harmful chemical substances. And that in this present pandemic situation, this is something that is extremely relevant. But the application that we provided to our threat reduction agency is basically one where we can go through millions of research papers, and let's say you take a pathogen like COVID-19 or the coronavirus pathogen or like whatever you want to investigate, or anthrax, and it will go through all the research papers and tell you who's working on what, who's affiliated with what. Is there somebody working on something that is who's affiliated with multiple organizations in multiple countries? This is all publicly information, by the way. It's all publicly available abstracts and research papers. So, but these insights are not there in this form. Or could I tell that what are the countries? And this is an example of an actual query and application that we've done, which is tell me the countries that for this particular pathogen, it's not that a bunch of people from there have written papers about it, but you have evidence that they have the capability to manufacture it. And so there are certain clues that you can look for in these papers and data mine it appropriately to come up with that signal at very high confidence. So I'll stop here. And my summary is, I've talked about, 4 suggestions from my perspective, again, from the work that my company is involved in, which are in vulnerability assessment, and preparedness for, threats, including natural disasters. I've talked about a specific aspect of law enforcement and data mining, again, of publicly available information to help identify suspects. Then I talked about situational awareness as part of the mobile health application for raising alerts, and these have applications in safety. And then finally, it's the support for empowering discovery, like this pathogens example that I'm giving. And actually, we've gone on to a new project with the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. It's on a similar vein, but it's dealing with chemicals and pollutants. But the capability, the AI capability to mine millions of research papers at a very large scale and get some very understandable insights from there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naveen, for the very, very in-depth presentation. It's very quite insightful. So we have saved the best for the last, and as a very able administrator with a decades-long career and the advisor of TNeGA, I think nobody is more qualified to speak about the challenges of AI in e-governance than Sri Davidar here. So I welcome him.
I can see fatigue written over everybody's face here. And I want to just thank the speakers. I'm reminded of this particular meeting hall in Japan. I don't know if it's true, but I was told by somebody that it is true, that they set a timer on the speaker. And even as he's speaking, if it's been given 10 minutes, and if he exceeds that by 10.01, the podium literally goes through the floor. So as he's talking, it will go right into the floor, and then it will close up again for the next speaker. Now, it isn't true. We wish it was true, but then I think we all enjoyed ourselves, and I'll put a timer on myself. I'm just going to give myself 2.5 minutes, and then I'll disappear through the floor. I just want your eyes and ears. I've kind of titled this Artificial Intelligence in E-Governance, and I've got 2 slides. The next. Yeah. See, it's very nice to talk about artificial intelligence, but when it gets into the e-governance space, I think it's not so easy. It's not easy simply because of governmental processes. Please understand what I'm getting at. We can't think artificial intelligence in e-governance and bring it across the board. So even if the smartest person around brings the ultimate experience in artificial intelligence to transform all of Tamil Nadu and India, we can't take him on board because of the next slide. Second last slide. 4 challenges. And I think these are just 4 challenges. Unfortunately, I'm going to load Mr. Vijendra Pandian and Mr. Balachandra with these 4 challenges because their bosses have left. And so the load is resting completely on his shoulders, but he's got able lieutenants who are all smiling here. So we hope they will take up the challenge. The first challenge is this. We really need to identify what the problems are. Because every 3rd day, I'm getting somebody coming along or giving me a call and saying, we have got the perfect solution. But what is the problem? They don't know. I think there is a serious problem there. We don't know what the problems in government are. We don't know how to fix and say, this is the problem. Because I think if we are able to fix and say, this is the problem, then we'll solve the problem. With all the technology in the world, we've got the best brains in the world. So this is number one issue, and I think we are not able to get there. So if you take agriculture, the Secretary of Agriculture, I've asked him, he's got 3,500 qualified agricultural and horticultural graduates. So I requested him to do a session, and he's agreed with our team that all these 3,500 will connect in the next month, that is in January. And we will just expose them to what exactly do they think are the problems on the field. And out of 3,500, 50 of them are able to come up with a genuine problem, and we take action on that 50. I think we have already reached the moon. Number two, navigating government processes. You see, government is a machine. You know, it's a bureaucratic machine. It walks in straight lines. So when you get too creative, it's a problem for government. Please understand what I'm talking about. We can only speak in straight lines. So you tell me this is the tender, you make 100 people quote for it, I'll take the L1 and I'll give him the order. So what happens is, we are not able to distinguish what is a better solution as against the proposed solutions. Please understand this. I think Priyanjat mentioned that in one line, and I think if we had focused on that in this entire conference, we would have gone very far. He said, how do we assess and say that a particular solution is a permanent solution? Or at least the value of the technology being the appropriate solution is there for about 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. And so we can invest 10 crores in that or 100 crores in that. We can't guess. I know this building. If I build a building or a bridge, I know it's going to last so many number of years. So I know the tendering process for that. But for artificial intelligence, or rather, if you let's say, I'll give a little, break it down a little bit, Internet of Things. Somebody comes up with sensors, half a dozen people come up with sensors, half a dozen people have got different software solutions that connect to these IoTs and make sense for you to act in a given situation. How do I rate that those half a dozen software solutions married to these sensors is actually the best? The point I'm simply saying is this, or you might look at me and say, hey, that's a very silly thing to say. The fact is, in government, as of today, please tell me any state in the country or the center which has got the perfect method to assess comparative AI or AI related stuff in a tender. Because a tender is a golden word for government. Please understand this. So many people come with brilliant solutions and they get stopped at the door because we have not yet invented the perfect methodology for these kind of tenders, which involve lots and lots of creativity. All right, next one. IPR. KK is smiling here. If I sweated it out for 2 years, produced a product, my blood is in that IPR. When I come to government, you like cigarette smoking is injurious to health. You put one small one-liner. You leave your IPR on the desk and walk out. Serve me for 2 years, but give me your IPR. Now you've got to be a real jerk to surrender your IPR after you've sweated your blood on it. We don't know how to think beyond that. I'm just saying, please understand this. When I say I think I shouldn't bring everybody into it. I don't know how to think outside this. How government, as government, we have to learn to give up our hold on the IPR and move more into services. So you give me these outcomes, you give me this output, which is related to your AI and all the rest of it, and serve me this way. I won't ask for your IPR. I won't ask for your code. You know, in the old days, I was IT secretary in 2008 and 10. Yeah, my memory is right. And, you know, we had a very favorite thing on all software applications. Source code will belong to government. For the life of me, I'm not able to understand whether anybody did anything with all the source code that was given to them. But we will still write and say, give us your source code. Now, in these days, an IPR thinking person will not give his source code. Why should he give his source code? Or why should he give his IPR? Okay, the last one. There's no Shark Tank in India. We are all watching Shark Tank. If you're not watching Shark Tank, you simply, I don't know where, you're in some island. But we are all watching Shark Tank. Unfortunately, Shark Tank is in the US. It is not there in India. So even if you've got the best idea in the world and you think somebody is going to support you, first of all, the income tax department will come and ask you, how did you receive white money of so much and who did your valuation? We don't have a Shark Tank. This is a challenge. You know, what I'm saying is these are challenges. If smart solutions with AI will come into the picture, and I must tell you, Raj was talking, you know, Raj and I worked together for some time before. Raj was talking out of sheer frustration. Give it to him. He is bang on target. It is a fact that we are way, way off. I won't give up so easily, but then I would also say that unless we come into gripping and getting hold of these challenges, which is us bureaucrats, there's no problem with creativity. There's no problem with products and solutions which are working elsewhere and which can be brought in here. As long as we respect that IPR, we simply need to get our processes and procedures right to let the world walk in and transform our state. One more slide and I'm done. This is nothing to do with artificial intelligence. It's to do with plain intelligence. Just your brains. Please note this email ID down. The next time you do any government process which does not make sense, which can be done simply better, can be re-engineered, a government process that can be re-engineered, please pick up this ID and send us a one-liner. I want this process changed. We'll send you a simple template. You fill it up and send it to us. Okay, it's a 6-column template. I am also stuck with this. I'm advisor, digital and simplified governance in the TNeGA. My boss is Mr. Vijendra Pandian, and I have his permission today to say that we are going to transform all these, because the government, to be very plain and honest and serious about that, government is very serious about trying to change the processes and procedures which make life difficult for a normal person and a citizen to live in. So please help us. This will help me a lot more than the artificial intelligence you're going to bring to the plate. But we are there, and with our great TNeGA friends here who are sitting at that corner, all the experts are at one table for some reason. They are going to help us develop the best processes that will enable artificial intelligence to become a reality and to become services. Do I have a yes from KK and team? Thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you very much, sir. So it seems like a good conclusion will be artificial intelligence also require natural sensibility to go along hand in hand. And it was such a wonderful conversation here. Is there any questions? We can take 1 or 2 questions. Okay, the gentleman there. The mic is approaching you. Yes. Excellent. Please introduce yourself. Turn it on. Yes.
I'm Arun. I work as a product leader in one of the healthcare organization. That's a US healthcare organization. So the question is to possibly Raj, right? So he listed down a good amount of problems. Actually, I was looking for a list of problems, but he gave a problem booklet, looks like. So we're trying to think, do we have a roadmap kind of like what next 3 years, 4 years, how are we thinking to make the city smart? And if we know, such blockers, where are we that, some public, somebody who's interested can contribute on some interesting areas?
My colleague Arga is here. He's the City Data Innovation Officer. So his mandate is basically exactly this, right? So from hackathon all the way to working with IITs and others, opening up data, bringing startups. Basically, they think of it this way. You can come and meet us later and we'll give you a list of what we're doing and so on. But think of Chennai as a sandbox, right? We can't give you even 1 rupee because then why not somebody is there? But what I've noticed is that many of the startups who come to us don't need the money. You're being funded by somebody, or what you want is for Inga. It's typically what people will say, I got this magic device which will convert water into sewage into water. Give me permission to put it somewhere. I always joke that our city is lots of sewage is there. Sewage is never a problem in the city. We will try our best to get you permission, put it here, take water from here, and so on and so forth. If you come, for example, there are companies which can put machines in cars and whatever and run it up and down and tell you quality of road. I mean, possibilities are endless, right? What you need is data. What you need is somebody to tell you which department to do what, somebody to give you permission and so on. All that we can help you. I'm sure TNeGA will do that. We were more than happy to help you. We already done. We got a long list of interns sitting in our office working on various things. So come to us or come to TNeGA. We can either of them. We'll give you a list of problems. We'll give you a list of data, whatever we have, as much as possible. We will also facilitate any permissions, place, location, etc. And how without any funding. We won't give you any money, right? There is also a discussion. I think there's a startup in startup department in Tamil Nadu, which has a mechanism to fund startups. I think Arga knows about it. But my guess is that you don't need the money. What you need is something else. So we'll be able to help you. And this is how I see it. As CSCL is a company, it's a SPV, right? You give us free stuff and you use our success here to go sell your product anywhere in the world. We'll give you letters of recommendation saying terrific work you've done and all that, as far as you do the work. Okay. So, but we're really open to all this stuff, whether it's financial innovation, whether it is sewage, whatever it is, please come and help us.
So, thank you.
So that's a zero-sum game.
Sorry,
right?
I'm taking the
Both
question
win-win.
here. I have a follow-up question on this. So if your startup comes and you give a permission for them to pilot their product or an idea, what happens to that IP? Because that's again coming there. So is there a process by which if you're developing this product, something together, can a government agency, your Section 8 company or something like that, and the startup can co-own the IP so that they're not getting into trouble with the government, but they can commercialize it in some other place?
Typically, when startups used to come to our office, what I used to say is that, see, you have to think again, like I love the way Mr. Davida presented it. Think of government tender. So it's not like any one of us is buying a bunch of nuts and bolts and putting something together in our garage. That's not how government projects work. So think of it this way. If Metro Water were to have a project from World Bank funding saying, we will supply X liters of water to the public and we will recycle Y liter. Now, it's not like Metro Water is going to go get pieces and put together. What they typically will do is a system integrator, and the system integrator will have a bunch of things underneath, right? The sewage recycling technology, et cetera, et cetera. The bidding is based on some parameters, like Mr. Davida was saying. You can also do QCBS, saying that you should have earlier done so much, your technology should be better. But then it is up to the system integrator to say what technology to use. So I used to typically tell the startup, you prove stuff here, then you go talk to the system integrator and say, look, I can save you $100 by using my technology. Whatever I'm not a businessman, whatever the business people may do. that is the opportunity usually people are looking for. They're not able to, if it's about a phone technology, you don't have to come and talk to me. You probably talk to him or somebody, right? And it's a business decision. They know what to do with it. The problem government, urban or whatever related startup is, the only consumer, the client is the government. So unless you prove with the government that this is functioning in a city or in a village or something, they don't have anywhere else to go. And they don't know who to go to. They can run pillar to post, or they can go to TNeGA or some smart city or something and saying, look, just let me prove myself. And when it works, you tell me that it worked. Then they can go and talk to L&T or a Wapcos or whoever the companies are to say, we have got a fantastic technology. Potentially the SPVs can even get into saying that, hey, from now we are business partners, etc. But I wouldn't go there because that's not what they're looking for. One day I'm hoping that, yes, we could easily tell. In fact, that was the fantasy we had a few years ago. We will tell them, hey, we will give you permission, but you give us a percentage of profit and all that. Now I've come to the point, please help us solve the problem. I don't want profit or anything.
So thank you very much.
The same topic.
Okay,
Mr.
let's
Raj
wind up. Yeah, please make it quick.
Just one thing, just to add some sweet to what he said. If there is a startup who's less than 5 years and doing some minimum viable product and trying something good here, do let us know. We'll probably help you out.
Can we, sir, Mr. Davida, can we do one thing? So we've been talking about hackathon, etc. I'm not a big fan of hackathons because it's a lot of work and less. So can we, TNeGA as a structure, you and others have, some way. In Jan, can we do some kind of, I don't want to call it hackathon. I'm more serious than hackathon, right? 10 verticals, problem verticals, and IITs, startups, etc. And come and say, here's the data, here's the permission, prove it. That's it. Then let the Tamil Nadu startup, whatever that team is, let them keep channeling. Every month they can send 10 startup, 20 startup to us. Our job is to, it's like a pipeline. We'll keep giving you sewage or whatever else, garbage or whatever you need. You keep proving, and Tamil Nadu can say one day, within a year, we should be able to say, look, 100 startups came out of this, and Tamil Nadu is leading in urban governance related startup. So I request, TNeGA to help us. Myself and all, we're more than happy to jump in.
I just, actually, I'm jumping the gun with Mr. Vijendra Pandyan's approval. There is something that is brewing in the TNeGA on the same lines. They have correctly titled it IT Garage. It's still in the garage though, but it's going to come out very soon. The idea is there are people who need help on capital, They also need sometimes a place from which to work in. They also need help in IPR, So somebody could be a consultant who's an IPR consultant who comes on board. Somebody else could come like you saying that, we can fund your startup. And this kind of a garage will be a place where things are born. That's the idea. You can work there. You don't need to work there. If you're working there, then it's all on the house for a certain period of time is what is brewing. I think by Jan, that should happen. But to sum up what Raj was saying, see, government is pretty much, a lot of us are, it's an open laboratory for free. So you can develop products, make an IPR out of it, sell it somewhere if it's going to be for the social good. Thank you.
So just to close, on the same line, India AI, the National AI Portal, we hosted a lab to market event earlier this year. It was for academic research. So if you have an academic research which is brilliant, whether it's a professor or a student, you can submit it and the winners get back for making it a product. So this year the winners were from IIT Ropar, IIT Kharagpur and ISC Bangalore. So you can check all these things in indiaai.gov.in website. So thank you all for this amazing session, fantastic panel, and thank you all.
Thank you. Once again, a big round of applause. I guess it's very interesting and informative, right? Once again, we'll all clap your hands together. Thank you. I would like to now welcome Vijendra Prasad. to please come and join us through the guest of honors. So Mr. Durga Prasad.
Yes. Okay.
And to Mr. Raj, thank you so much. And Mr. Davidur. Mr. Kumar. And thank you, Mr. Naveen, who joined us through virtually. Thank you once again. Thank you once again, everybody. Okay, Mr. Kevin George, sorry. Yes, for sure. I won't miss Mr. Jibu, obviously. A very big hand from Mr. Jibu, all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you so much once again. It's nice having you all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick tea. We are already time constrained. Another 20 minutes, we have to finish the entire event. So it would be great if you all grab your teas and come back, sit wherever you are and enjoy the tea, please. Just 5 minutes. Thank you.